Gentlemen, we are MythVision. Welcome to MythVision Podcast. I'm your host, Derek Lambert. It is Sunday, and I figure, I think I need to do a quick video to let you guys know what my actual interests are when it comes to the religion of Islam. I posted a picture yesterday of me scratching my chin saying, let's give Muslims something to comment about. So I'm going to give you guys a few seconds here to start trickling in so that I can actually discuss this with an audience that's live so you guys understand what my intentions are. Because an email was recently sent to Dr. Joshua Bowen. I did not even care to know who sent it and what their point was or what they're I get the point. But Joshua Bowen said, me nor him were concerned on who the matter was brought up, that this was an issue. And we're going to get into that here in just a second. Let me go ahead and get an intro rolling, let more people flow in, and then we're going to fill you in on what I want to do with this channel pertaining to the religion of Islam. So with that being said, what intro do I want to roll with? I'm going to go through the fire anyway, and let's just see what Ahura Mazda has for me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are slowly coming in, and I want to let you know I am not an Islamophobe. If you thought I was, well, I guess I'm a Christian phobe, a Judaism phobe, I'm a religion phobe. The list can go on and on, which I'm not. I want to take a scalpel to this religion the same way I do to Christianity, Judaism, and in the future, more religions. Dr. Robert and Price is going to join me here in just a second, but just briefly, he's not got a lot of time. He's planning for the end of the world. He knows the rapture is about to happen, so I don't blame him. But ultimately, Dr. Price mentions like Buddhism, right? Buddhists have way more hells in their teaching than Christians. So when people go, you should check out Buddhism, it's a much kinder, softer form of religion. Well, maybe some contemporaneous followings or sects of Buddhism are like that. But Dr. Price knows a lot of the sources aren't as pretty as you might think. So there's a lot of hells that may be in their tradition of Buddhism and whatnot, even more than Christianity. So I want to educate the audience with experts. I am not an expert. I know next to nothing. I'm not going to say I don't know anything, but I don't know much about Islam. I know enough to know I come in bias. I am open about that. Jesus is supposed to return, right? This is a second coming motif that Christianity taught. And I already saw that as bunk within Christianity. So why would I come to Islam and go, there's a chance, that Jim Carrey scene on Dumb and Dumber where he's like, so you're telling me there's a chance? No, there's not a chance, not based on my studies. So when you start borrowing from Jesus, and I know Jesus so well, and I know the various teachings, whether the swoon theory is something Islam wants to teach or Allah blinded people and Jesus wasn't really crucified and things like that. Very interesting stuff. The point is, when you borrow from that idea, I already have my guard up. It's like, whoa, dude, really? So, Dr. Price, I got to jump you in here because you don't have much time. And I want to let the world know, especially Muslims out there in the world who love your work, by the way. They love what you do to Christianity. To the fundamentalist, if I could say, but ultimately Christianity altogether, educating people on what it really is, what's really going on, what are some of the earliest sources trying to possibly say, and do we not really even understand what it's saying? So I say that to pose the question. Those who have emailed Dr. Joshua Bowen yesterday, someone emailed him and said, don't come on MythVision anymore. You should stay off his channel. Like, there's people actually who emailed him and said this, right? He's a very good friend of mine. Like, he's thinking, well, let me contact Derek and talk to him and find out and address this issue, right? Like, why are people emailing him saying not to come on? This is already, I suspect, a Muslim who reached out to him and saying, don't go on his channel anymore, right? I do want to have experts on this channel, even if they are Muslim, even if they're liberal Muslim. But can I paint a picture and then get your thoughts here? I don't know if you know John Anderson, the fundamentalist Christian, who like does sermons about gays should be put to death. And this Christian, by the way, a fundamentalist Christian who believes that gays should be put to death. He did a sermon literally on the word pisseth against the wall. All right, as like an idiom in Hebrew idiom is he pisseth against the wall. This guy's an extreme fundamentalist. Now imagine if John Anderson's cult, I'll call it a cult, took over entire nation, like an entire country. Okay. Would you then want to take a scalpel to possibly the roots of why this would even be a cult to begin with, why a development of this? And I say that to say ISIS and Taliban have made a huge impact in the world today. Let's take our eyes off Islam for a second. For the Muslim who might be watching, I want to be softly work our way into this. Look at the FLDS and the polygamy that happens there, and all these sister wives and 100 wives with all these kids, the horrific stuff that happens in this cult. The Mormons say, we aren't part of that. We're the LDS, but we don't play that game, okay? Imagine if the FLDS was competing in terms of size and power and potentiality with the Mormon church itself, and it made a huge impact in current society in the world. Would you not say, you know what? Why is the FLDS believing in this? And then you come to find out their own prophet, Joseph Smith, literally was more in line with the FLDS's teachings in a way about polygamy than what the LDS is. So the LDS is saying, look, we had a later prophet change the game and say polygamy's off the table, that God told them not to do it anymore. Why? Because the law of the land. But let's not go there. If the FLDS was making such an impact, shouldn't we take a scalpel and say, what the hell is going on wrong here? Something's wrong. So now I want to turn and look at Islam, because I haven't done it yet. But I want to do it with experts. I don't want to do it just me. I'm a lay person. And not only do I interview ex-Muslims who escaped the cult, right? And I mean, there are certain versions of this that are very harmful, and they call it a cult. All right. They're like, I'm out of here. I'm not following Islam anymore. I want experts, because most Muslims will hear the person who left and go, I don't believe a word they're saying. Why? Because they're practicers of the faith. They don't listen to a person who apostatized. I want to get experts. How do you feel about this, Dr. Price? Do you think it's okay that I open up the question of Islam?
Well, yeah, I've been very fascinated by Islam ever since I learned about it in a course called Contemporary Non-Western World back in high school. And I've always been very grateful for that, that Bloomfield High had such a forward-looking thing. And Islam is just very fascinating. The more I've looked into it, the more it fascinates me. I've loved teaching about it and so on, and I've been amazed to read revisionist accounts of the origins of the Quran and Islam, and the question of the historical Muhammad and so forth. And in all of this, I am motivated by a respect for Islam and a positive fascination with it. It's like there are bad apples because they're anachronistic. You might say they're rotten apples because they're too old. There are some people that are trying to go back to the 7th century,
right?
And are terrorists, right? But I don't judge Christianity by the Ku Klux Klan,
right? That's
or the Christian identity movement, the nuts, or the Westboro Baptists, God forbid. And in the same way, Islam, in what I'm concerned about that. I'm not. My eyes are not closed about that, and I have various political views on it. But that's really entirely different from an attempted scholarly scrutiny of Islam, motivated not by a desire to debunk it. That's not the proper business for someone who is who wants to be an objective student of these things. So this scrutiny is naturally upsetting to devout believers in
Right.
Islam. I understand that,
I
just
think
like
I'm
the
getting
kind of,
that kind of attention, by the way.
Mm,
That's the thing. They think I want to show the humanity behind these. And that
mm,
already is going to upset some because it's
that's
not a
right.
human origin.
That's
It's
right.
directly from God. But no, I'm open and honest when I say I want experts on, not only ones who are practitioners of Islam. I'm sorry I
Mm,
cut you off. I just want to point out, like, I do want experts, PhDs, scholars in the field who might practice the faith, but you obviously aren't going to see them be the Ku Klux Klan version of Islam.
mm,
You see, they're not the strict fundamentalist 7th century AD version. They're more moderate, they're more
mm,
liberal. But I'm also concerned as I approach this topic that many of these experts have been tamed to reinterpret, like what we saw early in Greek literature. They look at the Homeric epics, they look back and say, that's allegory. Zeus did not rape women. Get out of here. Our God would not do that. It's an allegory for something else, or whatever it might be, to try and paint a pretty picture over
mm,
one that isn't pretty in the current times.
mhm.
So I want accuracy, though. I want to say it was ugly. The hadith here is definitely not pretty, but I'm glad that Muslims are not practicing it, and who knows if it's historically accurate anyway. So I'm glad we're pushing it off. I would love to see Islam. I don't plan on taking the whole religion out. There's no way I could with this channel. It's a religion like Christianity, Judaism. It's just as big. And I have Muslim friends. So I want people who are watching this to know I helped save a Muslim's life from fentanyl, who was addicted to fentanyl. His mom and dad had him come down to North Carolina, where I actually helped take care of him and helped him withdraw fentanyl. So I want people to know I'm not anti-Muslim, just like I'm not anti-Christian, even though I am critical of Christianity. I am critical of Judaism. I am critical, or going to be, of Islam. So I want to address that. And thank you, Inspired One, for the super chat. He says, taking the blinders off of all religions. You are an equal opportunity, shining the light on all religions. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I must go. I just want to say, though, that we, at least, well, I think this is true of MythVision generally, like there are groups and shows and podcasts out there that are trying to debunk and destroy religions, most of them Christianity, but that is not my goal, and the same is true of my attitude toward Islam and Buddhism. I love these religions. I'm not a member of any anymore, but I love them. I'm not, I have no vendetta, and I'm trying to understand them better by bringing a critical approach to it. I know that's upsetting to people that have a different positive interest, namely belief in it, but that's the that's the breaks, that's the risks to understand things from a critical standpoint, and I would rather have the truth than dogma, but that does not mean I'm trying to destroy the religion I'm studying. In fact, I love it and want to know more about it. I don't want to destroy it. I want to understand it. But with that, I have to go, I'm afraid.
Okay, Dr. Price, love you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Till next time.
Yep, you bet.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Price is on his way out. And ladies and gentlemen, I would say I have a different of opinion on this, right? I love finding out how human these things are and the beauty of some of the literature and the ideas. I suspect as I delve into the Quran, I'll see that it's very poetic. It has a beautiful poetic spin to it, so to speak. So in some senses, I can say, hey, I love this. But as far as a religion and its impact and its ideologies and things like that, no, I don't love it, right? That's something I don't personally love anymore. And I think Dr. Price agrees with me. So we're defining the details here, fine details, on what we love about something and what we don't. Its impact on so many people, though, is something I personally am not a fan of. And he brought up a good point with the Ku Klux Klan, and then I'm going to get into your guys' super chats. Can you imagine if the Ku Klux Klan, all right, literally openly came with guns, armed, all that? And I'm sure there are plenty of backwood redneck Ku Klux Klan members that are Christians, by the way. who have weapons, who hate other races, or they love their own race and they just don't care about other races, whatever. I don't want to straw man them. But can you imagine if they took over in some way? They had serious power to a point, like they have in the past, let's say, to a point where it's impacting the current world. How would you then look at, like, why did they come to this conclusion? And I'll give you one narrative, then I'll get you guys the super chats. If you go to Soft White Underbelly YouTube channel, there was an interview with a Ku Klux Klan member. The guy said, before he ever even knew about it, this guy walked up to him in Walmart with a pamphlet, said, hey, meet us out here on Saturday. We're proud of our roots and blah, blah, blah. They go out there and here's this man preaching from a pulpit. And what's he doing? He's preaching from the Old Testament of the Bible. And he said that the seed, your seed, should not mix with any other seed. And it starts quoting from the Bible, like about not mixing races and not joining in with other peoples, right? Stick to your own kind. And that'll also keep you from foreign wives if you go into the Old Testament. And this guy said that this message rang true to him, right? This guy's wearing a purple, I think it was a purple, with a pointed hat, purple Ku Klux Klan outfit. And he's sitting there saying, like, look, I've never heard anyone preach from the pulpit this kind of truth from the Bible. Everyone else shied away. I never heard this message taught at a Christian church. And it rang true to me, right? The guy hit him just right. He joins the damn Ku Klux Klan. Now imagine they take over like 3 to 5 states in the United States by force. You might say there's something wrong there, right? That would at least get your attention. Well, I've been wanting to get into Islam for a long time, and I see the Taliban, I see ISIS. I've been hearing about this stuff for a long time, but I don't have the expertise. And it's difficult, from what I hear, to find critical scholars like Dr. Price and others, Bart Ehrman and others that we find on the Bible for the Quran, for going into Islam. And I'm wanting to find those. I want to get experts. I'm not interested in getting the John Andersons of Christianity to come on and teach about Christianity. I'm not interested in getting the John Andersons, so to speak, of Islam to come on as an apologist to teach Islam. I would love to see debates, discussions, things like that potentially on my channel, but not have these guys come on to teach it. I came from that apologist angle as a Christian, so I know how biased we are as Christian apologists trying to push our agendas. But the experts who are willing to say, you know, that wasn't originally in the Quran, or actually the Quran picked that up from here. Whoa, what's that do with the message coming directly down from heaven by Allah, or however you want to say, the angel Gabriel, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I want to see the humanity behind it. So Jason Stewart, thank you for the super chat. He says, you should invite Robert Eisenman, who studied Islam and also links then with James the Just. Interesting. I know he's getting up there in age and I can contact him. I think I'll try that, actually, to at least get his opinion. Maybe he knows some scholars out there as well he can link me up with. But I do have his direct contact info, and I could actually talk to him about potentially coming on and talking about that. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Stop scamming, man. Thank you for the super chat. I think the YouTubers Harris Sultan and Paul Williams, YouTuber username blogging Theology, would be brilliant to invite on for this. Also, would there be room for allowing people to upload such videos with subtitles in Arabic, etc.? I wouldn't mind doing that, actually. I don't know how to put the subtitles in Arabic on there, but I wouldn't mind if, like, we do a program and one of you guys who knows Arabic could subtitle it, and let's say you wanted to send me the file or upload it onto your own channel. You're more than welcome to do that, so that more people in the Arabic world can actually understand what the context is if YouTube doesn't have those subtitles. I'd like to do that. I would love to have that. My picture that I posted yesterday on my community tab on YouTube really caught a lot of attention. And there's some people who can't stand the religion of Islam, right? Some people can't stand Christianity or Judaism, whatever. And they have their reasons, right? Some are sufficient reasons as to why they can't stand it. Others take more of an approach of saying, look, I don't like the uglies of this religion. I don't expect it to leave overnight either. I'd like to see it reform and progressively go in a direction in which it's not as dangerous, if that makes sense. And people look at, like, the way women are treated, right? That's a big one. Are women really treated really, really good and nice in Islam? Not from what I've seen, but Let's get experts on. Let's talk to them. Let's see what they have to say. Whether they're followers of Islam or not, hopefully I could get both, because you want to get both sides of the story here. But I have heard a lot of apologists are from people, I don't know if this is true, are sidestepping. They don't really say this is what it means. They make it painted pretty for someone who might be critical of Islam. And they go, oh, that's not what it means. It doesn't mean what you think, because that's ugly, and we don't want ugly. It means this. Christians do that all the time. Slavery? No. It's indentured servitude. It's not chattel slavery, sex slavery. No. It just, when you're poor and broke and you need to survive, and this is true in the ancient world, you could sell yourself, so to speak, to make money or pay back something you owe, whatever. And they make that be all slavery. They like it because it's pretty, and they paint that picture so other people aren't like, this is weird. Why would God be okay with that? So I appreciate your super chat. Stop scamming man. Sorry. I would be interested in that. Email me, Derek@mythvisionpodcast.com. We have another super chat here. I really appreciate the super chat, y'all. Patrick William, thank you for the 10. I really appreciate it. FLDS comparison isn't appropriate. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Taliban, etc. are funded by West to destabilize region. Syria, Turkey, Lebanon, for example, have few fundamentalists in population, not an organic takeover. Interesting. Well, I'm just trying to point out in the religion itself, I don't know exactly the details you're describing here, but trying to point out in the religion itself, if we had an FLDS church, let's say, have enough power to start doing a takeover, you might go, what the hell's going on here? This is a big deal. Like, if a religion is doing this and it has religious motivation for doing the things that it might be doing, you might be like, what kind of religion is this, right? There's so many other little examples I guess you could give. Some people think the Jews are trying to take over the world and stuff like that. And others will throw back, hey, that's anti-Semitism. You just want to be anti-Jewish and all that. And I see what they'll do. They'll look at like Old Testament passages that sound like Zion's going to take over the world. The mountain of the Lord is going to grow bigger, and all the nations will recognize the truth and either be under the rod, be slaves of Israel, or whatever. And there's so many different people with different perspectives. If that was what we saw, right, that they were out here trying to like forcibly make sure that their religion is being pushed on other people or whatever, that would be a problem, right? I think it would be. But I may not have even addressed your problem here with what I've said on the FLDS. I just making an example. I use the Ku Klux Klan as an example. They're not really good. And I think most Muslims actually agree with me. Most would. I don't know this, but I suspect they'd say, we don't agree with these guys. Overall, we don't like the ideology of ISIS, right? We don't like what they're doing. And if that's the case, then that's good. But if you have a mixed crowd and like someone were like, no, they're being true to the book or being true to the hadith, to the prophet, whatever, that's tough. What do you do when the religion's roots, their traditions? I thought about this too. Christians go to the Bible, right? Imagine all the added writings. Let's say there was a tradition attached to the biblical text, and you're looking at Christianity and you go, well, there's these extra traditions and they're not very pretty. A lot of them are ugly. And let's say the hadith, right? There's a lot of stuff in the hadith that most scholars say that may not be historically accurate. That came later. But imagine if Christianity had a tradition attached to it that was valued by a huge number, almost all Christians. And in that tradition, some of the Christians see how ugly it is in current times, and they go, we don't trust the hadith. We don't follow those things. What would we do with that kind of religion? Just interesting questions to ask. I'm looking at your guys' comments here. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining, too, by the way. I'll tell you guys why I'm doing this live to begin with in just a second. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm actually having an ex-Muslim woman tomorrow. I like to get people who've actually left, and I like to find out why. Be really interesting. Someone asked about Jay Smith. I wrote him No response. Robert Spencer responded and actually sent me a book. And I am interested in hearing his case. Guys, if you're a Muslim, anyone, I'm going to read his book, right? That doesn't mean I'm going to draw the conclusion, because just like Jesus, right? If there was a guy or not, I'm going to draw my own conclusions based on the evidence that I research and study. So it'd be interesting to hear what he says and why. And then I'll have scholars who say, no, Muhammad existed. I want to have them on as well to point out where they think the historical reliability of Muhammad is. So don't worry, it's not a one-way street. But I have wrote Jay Smith, and he has not responded to me. He is a Christian apologist, so he may have seen my content and said, hell no, to the no, 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 hell to the no. You know what I mean? He probably said, I'm not participating in this guy's stuff. There's no way. I don't care if we're the enemy of my enemy, how they might look at it. I don't care. I'm not going on his channel. You know, I bet the same would be of like David Wood. And I'm not really interested in having David Wood come on my channel. I've seen some of his content and it's literally only focused on like, but he never looks at his own religion. You know, it's his own religion's perfect. I do think that most Christians today would not be like burning people at the stake. If they had the power, I don't know. What would John Anderson do if his version of Christianity in his mind did have power? Would he be putting gays to death? I don't know. What do you think? But I am writing people. So here's what happened, guys. Here's what happened. This morning, I had a little Twitter dialogue back and forth between a Christian apologist, me, and Dr. Joshua Bowen. And Joshua Bowen gave me a call. We're close friends, very close friends. And he said, Derek, I got an email from someone. And I said, I don't even care who. You know, once I heard what it was about, I don't even care who emailed him. But they said, do not appear on MythVision podcast anymore. Don't join Derek anymore, right? I've had a couple Muslims say, you're not interested. You just want non-experts on your channel to just bash Islam and there's no expertise. That's your goal. That's not my goal, by the way. I'm not interested in apologists or staunch believing Muslims who have this agenda to come on the channel, the same way I wouldn't invite an apologist Christian to come on to try and teach me about Christianity. I take the critical approach. I want critical scholars. Same for Islam. So he writes, Dr. Josh, already trying to censor me because I posted a picture yesterday on YouTube's community tab saying, hey guys, what do you think? I've got hundreds of Muslims. And I mean, I see the comments on videos that have nothing to do with Islam. They're like, did Jesus exist? Or Jesus on Dying and Rising Gods, the one I did with Derek Bennett, you name it. And there are comments galore. Islam's the truth. Muhammad is his prophet. This is the truth. And you will recognize that one day or whatnot. And I'm thinking to myself, I have been doing ex-Muslim content, so I expect response, but they're like flooding the channel with comments, truth claims, claiming that they are right and that Islam is the truth. So me, being a man who likes to test things like this, said, all right, they want to comment. I'll give them something to comment about, but let's give them content that's in the vein of what they want to mention. And the truth claims of Islam, the Quran, the Hadith. Is this true? Is really Allah the true God? And were the Jews really worshiping the true God? Or were the Christians really? Well, no, they're polytheists. They have three gods, not one. But the Christians will say we have one. And it goes on and on. The debate always happens between these groups. But they have the right one. So I said, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time we open up this discussion on Islam. And people were already saying, I want you guys to catch this. This is extremely important when you think about it. People were already writing, Derek, watch your head. Keep your head attached to your body. Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to analyze Islam? You want to be critical of this religion? Don't you love your life? Now think about this. I am a free man in the United States of America. I have a Second Amendment right as well, by the way. So as threats on my life, I've had people threaten me that were Christians just from MythVision podcast. threats on my life because I want to critically analyze a religion? Imagine that. You can't even talk about it like that in a free country. That makes me want to talk about it even more. That makes me think, how come this is taboo and we're not allowed to be critical? That's absurd. I'm a free man. I have the right to be able to discuss these matters and look into these things. And I will. And those are only motivating me even more when I hear those comments to say, I need to look at this. What is the problem with looking into this? If their followers are ready to kill people for being critical and analyzing it, it reminds me of the Christian church throughout the ages, the Middle Ages and on, the Inquisitions, okay? Imagine you couldn't even not believe in the Trinity. Hint, hint, John Calvin. All right. We have a guy who's believing that God is one and is not Trinitarian being burned at the stake by John Calvin, right? And I'm not sitting here saying John Calvin to blame like Arminians like to do and other people who want to be anti-Calvinist. I mean, this is the laws that the Christian church had established. So you're going to tell me I can't, in a free country, speak openly and be critical about religions that are causing harm and the way that women I see are treated? I read this article from this beautiful Muslim woman who was talking about how she looked around. No one was around. She took off her hijab, which is the covering, everything but her eyes. I don't know if her eyes or if it was her face. I think hers was just, her face was exposed, I think, but the rest of her body is covered. She took it off and went to the beach and was talking about how glorious the wind and the birds and the water and the smell of the salt sea and all this stuff and the freedom of not having the hijab on. But then she entered back into the Muslim world and put it back on. And she said to Allah, one day, God, when I'm in paradise, right, when I'm there with you, I'll be able to take this burden off. Like, it was like a burden. Whoo. I don't know if you guys see the power of how impactful that is. That women are like, they're stuck in that system of thought. What if it's all not true? As I think it isn't. What if it's not true and you're doing this to yourself and you don't even realize, oh man, I've been duped all along. It's the same thing Christians say, but what if you're wrong, Derek? You want to go to hell? You want to risk going to hell? Or do you want to go ahead and believe the all-loving God who will eventually put me to death and burn me forever? No. So I want the Muslims who are watching to understand I'm not an Islamophobe. I've got a Muslim friend that just got off of fentanyl who was living in my house for 30 days, over 30 days. We had him stay longer. His parents were concerned about him going back up to New York because the people he was around, and he did relapse when he went back up to New York. But I tried to help him. You know, he didn't want pork. Like, he was all these things, right? And we had a lot of talks while he was here. And he's like, man, I love you no matter what position you take. He was a really cool guy. Siraj was his name. But, you know, I want everyone to know I'm going to open this book. I want to be critical. I want to analyze these things the same way I do Christianity. And I get responses from Christians who don't like what I do. They think I need to do more against Judaism, right? They're like, you do too much on Christianity. I said, I was a Christian. What do you expect? I know this the most. Christianity is one that I know the most. And I do that to Judaism. But if I spend too much time on Christianity, they think I'm like anti-Christian. My mom's a Christian. My dad, I think, is still Catholic somewhere deep down. He doesn't like practice it much. Most of my family is Christian. Not anti-Christian. I love my family. I'm not anti-Muslims. Wonderful Muslims in the world. As far as Islam goes, though, don't really care for it. As far as Christianity goes, don't really care for it. As far as it, and I want to paint that picture for everyone to get where I'm coming from. All right, we got a super chat, I think. Did I miss your super chat? No, it's here. Patrick William, thank you, says, think if U.S. installed cartels as Mexican government, then we ask why Mexicans so violent. What I meant by comment is Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Taliban are West-created mafias, have no little relation to the people. See, I don't know if that's a fact, right? I don't know this stuff. Maybe you're right. Maybe someone in the comments can respond and say, hey, I know you're right on that. I agree. I do know, I've heard before, that we definitely helped fund, especially during the 90s, because we were anti-Russian, right? And Russia really were the ones who were over the base Bagram in Afghanistan, which I went to in 2010. I was a contractor. I was in Bagram, Afghanistan. And I met with a few Muslim guys that were in the bathroom. They were cleaning the bathrooms. They get subcontracted, and I was drunk at the time. I've been sober for 7 years now. I don't drink anymore. I don't care for alcohol. I get too crazy on it. Enough said about me. But I'm drunk, and I talk to the guy, and I go, man, I'm like, listen, how many wives do you have? And he said 3. And I'm like, we can't even handle one in America. You know, we had a funny conversation back and forth. But I remember the way that they live is so different than us. So different. Patrick, I don't know, man. I don't know if this is facts, but I thank you for the super chat. I put it on the screen. Anyone who disagrees, please come on. But I do plan on pointing out flaws. I want to see, is the Quran a man-made product? Has it gone through redactions to perfect it? You know, I've got a couple things. Let me pull this up. So I've already showed you guys this, right? Corrections in early manuscript, Quran manuscripts. Where is the one that I really want to show? I don't know if this is it. The foreign vocabulary of the Quran. Let's see. There it is. I think, yeah, I showed you guys this one. Where's the one that I didn't show you about? So this one right here is the Quran, misinterpreted, mistranslated, misread. The Aramaic language of the Quran. Now someone goes, it's Arabic. How is it Aramaic? Well, supposedly in this region, there were Aramaic speakers, and that somehow in the Quran, we're going to find glimpses that make more sense in Aramaic than they do in the Arabic. I just haven't read the book yet. There's also a book that I'm looking into getting that talks about a hymnal, a Christian hymnal that found its way into the Quran, that pre-exists, that we know comes from a region in which this stuff would have had its origins. And it's a Christian hymnal that found its way in the Quran. Now, why would we find a hymnal that is of Christian origin in the Quran? Did Gabriel and God go, this is approved in heaven, put that in the book also, and then send it down to his prophet Muhammad to give to the people of the world? Or is it more likely that men who were involved in the creation of this document, just like the Bible that I've already shown over and over on my channel, had human origin, created this and said, this is from God. All these religions do the same thing. This is from God. This is from God. So thank you again for the super chat. I am interested in doing this. I want to go deep. Tomorrow, I have an ex-Muslim woman coming on. It's going to be a wonderful interview. Also, we're doing a live tomorrow. We're going to be talking to Jonathan M.S. Pierce, the second video to the series of his book right here, The Resurrection. And he goes into Bayesian theory, why it didn't happen. All right, I'm doing something to bring you guys on. You guys are more than welcome to join me. All right. Look, Box Fencer says it's Nestorian Christianity. I'd be interested. Yes, I agree. The African humanist. I 100% agree with you on this. Oh, we got a super chat. Love the super chats. You guys keep this thing alive. I appreciate it. Suggestion. Taliban versus Western influence is same as Maccabees versus Hellenizers. Interesting comparison. Fall of Kabul is their equivalent of taking Jerusalem in antiquity. Wow. I didn't think about that. That's a very interesting comparison there, Jack Straw. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat. Look, I just posted a link. It's not Yasmin. It's let me make sure I got her name correct here because I'm horrible. I'm bad at names. If you haven't figured that out yet. So Zara K, if you guys don't know, she was actually imprisoned. She was imprisoned in another country because blasphemy. She spoke out against Islam and was arrested and went to prison or jail for a period of time till she was released and then expedited back to her country. So that glad they didn't like execute her or anything like that. But like, whoa, we're in the 21st century. So Zara K is who's going to be coming on tomorrow. I'm looking forward to talking with her. Interested in seeing what she has to say. All right, guys, you're more than welcome to jump on. You do know that, right? Someone says, love what you're doing, Derek. Why are people so threatened by atheists being critical of any religion if they firmly believe in it? Well put. I guess it's like when someone talks crap about your football team. Trust me, if you talk crap about my brother, Mike, his football team is the Redskins. Of course, they changed the name to the Washington. I don't even know what they named it now. But if you talk crap about his team, he'll get like really defensive. Now imagine something that is sacred. What are you going to do when it's like God in your mind? Like it goes even deeper than the football team. That's what I think is going on. Someone said, did Muhammad exist? We're gonna ask that question. We're gonna critically look into this question. And not only do I have, did Muhammad exist? Right here, Robert Spencer, he wrote a updated version. But Dr. Price opens this question. And I'm okay with saying there was a guy. And starting out with that, there was definitely a guy. I don't have a problem with that until I look into this and say, okay, let's see, what is actually the evidence point to and how do we know? So I don't know enough to say anything specific on that. All right. I'm posting this link one more time for those of you who would be interested in jumping on live. We got 255 of you guys. I don't care if you're a Muslim. I don't care if you're a Christian. I don't care if you're an atheist. I don't care. You're more than welcome to join me. I'm not interested in debating. That's not what I do. I don't like to debate personally. I don't pretend to know the exhaustive material when it comes to a lot of stuff and act like I have something to, stand on with that. But if you guys want to come on and talk about this and tell me what your thoughts are, feel free. Please be respectful to some degree. But I want to really dig and see what is going on here, especially when so many Muslims have been in my chat saying, this is the truth. Jews got it wrong. Christians got it wrong. This is the truth. Well, is that true? We're going to see as time goes on. So feel free to join me. I give you guys the link and I'm looking up at some of your guys' comments. Taliban or knows more about Quran compares to other. So pretty much they're saying that the Taliban know more or believe. I think they're saying they believe more about the truth of the Quran than other Muslims, I think. But I think they also have the Hadith. They're like going to the Hadith and saying they're pointing into the Hadith. And I've got a lot of Muslims that have spoken to me and said, look, man, like we don't accept these Hadith, right? Like they're not historically accurate, or they may have come later, right? And that might be true. Like I'm not discrediting that, but when you have those floating around, that could be a problem, right? Mustafa, welcome to MythVision.
Hey, you all right? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
Nice. I just seen your post. So I was literally just making my own little thumbnail for something, and I seen this, and I thought I'd just come on. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the other stuff you do as well. When you get a lot of academics on just to talk about like Judaism and Christianity. Yes, so my 2 cents on the issue was just don't pander to the Islamophobes. So go and make a when you're doing this thing, like when you're going into delving into the Islamic worldview, get academics on.
Yeah.
Yes, so from both sides, so both Muslim academics and ones who are Islamic experts but who are non-Muslims, because that would like provide a very comprehensive and non-biased view. Do you know what I mean? Because some people will just be there to like hear you critique who are not very knowledgeable and they just want to hear that. So don't get people on who are not experts on the topic.
Well, I'll put it this way. My channel. If you've watched enough, I interview ex-Scientologists, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, ex-Mormons, ex-Christians, ex-Jews, you name it. Like I will interview these people. And I also have been interviewing ex-Muslims. Mm-hmm. I want to know why they left, what the problems with the religions were. Mm-hmm. But I also interview, like you say, experts in the field when it comes to the study of the Bible, when it comes to the study of the Old Testament, New Testament, etc. And I want to do the same for the Quran, the Hadith. I want to do the same for Islam altogether. So I am definitely taking your advice there, but I also will be still interviewing ex-Muslims because I have a lot in common with that as an ex-Christian. I know why we believed, I understand that. So
no, I understand that. That's fine.
Yeah, but thank you for the comment. I appreciate you joining me. And the African Humanist, welcome. And I don't know much. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
I'm just like yourself, Derek. I'm an ex-Christian, deconverted
Well, welcome and
religion, but
congratulations.
I see religion as all but one thing, and that is, just all man-made. Whatever name you put on it, call it Islam, call it
Mhm.
Christianity, call it Judaism, whatever you call it. I mean, I think they're all just man-made beliefs.
I mean, I agree with you.
Thank you.
I think they are. I mean, even though there's some beauty we find from these, there is definitely some beauty you can find in wisdom and all of this stuff. I mean, humans have been around for a long time. We've figured some stuff out, But I'm with you. I do think that they are of human origin, and the complexity of trying to explain that to someone who is a believer, like, I get why they wouldn't even see it that way. I understand that, but I also think that, where people say that we were made in the image of God. I said this yesterday to a friend of mine. No, I think the gods were made in the image of the people and the perspective of the current times in which they were living in. As you see, like, if you read the Old Testament and some of the stuff there, that's Bronze Age men thinking, and they project that onto God. And I think as philosophy developed over time, you start to see God take on a more complex idea, even like Allah, where is far more complex than what I see of the Old Testament God. They have made God almost untouchable and almost beyond our comprehension. There's elements in the Old Testament that picture that about God. His ways are above our ways. His thoughts are above our thoughts. But the idea is that Muhammad, or that Allah, is not a father of anyone and is beyond our comprehension. And I definitely think that it's developed over time and taken on that progression. All right, we've got a lot of people in the chat here. So welcome, Nile Valley, Matt, and
Derek?
I don't know much. Welcome.
Derek.
Yes. Hi. Hello.
Hi. Would you not say, like, the description you gave about Allah, would you not say that fits more into a fundamental God? No?
A fundamental what?
God. Like creator or something.
I think that, yeah, I do. In fact, if I was to go out on a limb, right, and I had to compare the gods, Yahweh, the New Testament, Jesus, the Trinity concept, and by the way, I don't think the Trinity is New Testament. I think that is church fathers developing a theology, trying to make sense of the text that they have, potentially borrowing pagan concepts and kind of intertwining the two. That could be the source of how the Trinity came about. But I mean, look, not getting into the whole thing, you understand, I'm sure you've heard tons of times, they believe in one God, but it's three, but it's one, but it's three. I think that what Muslims have done is, over time, the philosophy has developed, kind of like Platonic philosophy fits monotheism much better. When I say monotheism, I don't mean henotheism, but that concept of a creator source, incomprehensible. I think it is a more modern, dated version of trying to understand what God is. Does that make sense? It's not outdated. Yeah, God's walking with Adam in the garden in the Bible, right? And then sometimes he's in the clouds, and then he comes down and he's like a man, and it's like, what is it? What is this thing called God? Whereas in the from what I understand, Allah is beyond that. Doesn't even present as a man. Always has a messenger angel that does the messages for him, but is beyond. So I think you can't really grab it. Sorry, go ahead.
Because Allah sits on a throne, though. So and he has like hands.
No. It's I think it's a metaphor.
And
sitting on
I kind of agree with what you said with some things, especially with the Trinity and all. But what we believe is that sorry, by the way, for just chiming in randomly. But what we believe is that the corruption that seeped into the previous scriptures caused these anthropomorphizations of the ultimate divine being. So we believe Allah, who is obviously the one true God, is the same as the Jewish God, the Christian God. But a lot of like Greek philosophy and this kind of stuff, and a lot of like man-made concepts seeped in. So we believe it was always the case. So Abraham, who was neither Jew, Muslim, or Christian, obviously I know you probably don't believe he existed, but so he believed in this like ultimate ontological reality, And I also see it in a lot of other cultures, like they all have this one concept of a divine being, this ultimate being, but eventually over time, they always form these like little idols, and it becomes lesser and lesser. So that's just my input on that.
And I think that's anachronistic personally, right? I'll see that the Quran comes later. And I think that philosophies had time to develop. I know, there was a very enlightening period from what I've understood from scholars that I have briefly talked to, where Islam was like the leading scientific religion at the time. And then, of course, that kind of flops at some point, and it goes back to like, we need to reform and become back to our roots type thing. If I'm not mistaken, I could be. Mr. Monster, thank you for the super chat. He says, I think you and Apostate Prophet should get together on a collaboration video podcast or something. He is an ex-Muslim atheist who is insightful. Thank you for the super chat. I've actually done an interview with Apostate Prophet before, just trying to understand where he's coming from as an ex-Muslim. At the same time, I plan on maybe doing more with him in the future if he has the time. The guy is a very busy guy doing his own thing, and I wouldn't mind having him back on in the future, and other ex-Muslims. But I also want to do more than just ex-Muslims, right? I want to bring the scholars on and say, I'm sure all the panel on here will understand where I'm coming from when I say this. Even if you are a Muslim, you guys see how I look at the Bible, right? And I want to say, is there a human source to this, right? It may go against your religion to say there's a human source to the Quran. It may. I don't know if you're more liberal, if you're more strict. Either way, I have that question because I see men made religions all along on the perceptions that they have of the world and everything around them, whether the philosophy they're currently living in, you name it. I want to know, is this a man-made book? Now, I think it is. I already go into this openly saying I definitely think it is.
Derek.
Yeah.
When you say man-made book, do you mean written by man?
I think, well, yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, obviously, but I'm saying
Wait,
men produce this.
I think all the producing. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think a God actually produced this. Like I'll give you an example. Christians will say that the Bible, Old and New Testament, because they like to use both, was inspired by men who wrote it, that the Holy Ghost guided their pen, so to speak. In a way, it just depends on the Christian too. Like the fundamentalists especially do this, because same thing I'm sure with Islam, like there's different various versions of this, but they think that the Spirit of God moved these men to write the words that they have in the text. And a lot of these Christians think that the Bible is inerrant, there are no contradictions, and it is 100% perfect. You guys know where I stand on that. I want to do the same thing against the Quran, right? I want to say, is this really 100% inerrant, infallible, perfect, and it's actually, this perfect book? Is there a way to show that maybe the sources that developed this come from pre-Christian ideas? I want to look into that kind of stuff.
But do you believe that the Bible is perfect?
Do what?
Do you believe that the Bible is perfect? It's not changed or anything, no?
Okay. Yeah, no. I definitely think there's all sorts of flaws in the Bible.
Have you heard of Abdullah Samir before?
Who?
Abdullah Samir. He's now the friendly ex-Muslim, I believe, on YouTube.
Yes.
He was a huge advocate for Islam for, I don't know, like 15 years or something, and was creating most of the Muslim content online, like before anyone else was, and taught a lot about Islam. And he'd probably be worthwhile getting on the channel if you haven't had him on yet.
I have had him on, but we plan on hooking up again too. You know what I like about him too? He wrote me, and welcome to the channel, Reason. He wrote me, or we talked. He said, "Look, Derek, I don't want to encourage people to be anti-Muslims. See, there's a difference between being critical of a religion and then being critical of people who follow it. I don't believe Christianity is true, and I see a lot of problems, not only flaws, right, imperfections, but also the ideological impact it has on people who are afraid they're going to go to hell. God's going to destroy them, judge them if they don't believe like them, et cetera, et cetera. And I've seen that. Hold on. African humanist, I think you're jumping back in again under a different name.
It could be too. Yeah, some of the most kind people I've ever met have been Muslims. Some have been Christians, and some have been atheists. So I don't think that the religion necessarily entails the character traits of the person. They can certainly influence them, but yeah, for the most part, I find that yeah, the kinds of people you'll meet in different religions or outside of religions are generally going to be pretty similar. But the cultural aspect I found has been probably, you know, and this is only from experiencing it as an outsider, but the cultural aspect for Muslims has probably been the strongest. Like, they provide the strongest sense of community within their own in-group. You know, it doesn't seem, from everything I can tell, it seems to be the opposite after someone leaves. But yeah, they do seem to have quite a you know, it's quite enticing to look at most Muslims and, you know, to think, you know, that would be the kind of community I wouldn't mind being a part of.
We welcome you.
But but the beliefs are something that I haven't read the entire Quran, but I've read a fairly good portion of it, and to me it reads mostly just like most other religious texts. Yeah, during my deconversion from Christianity, I you know, thought, well, let's have a look at Islam.
Can I ask you one question, Matt?
Yeah, go for it.
You read the Quran, yeah?
Not all of it, but a fairly good chunk of it, yeah.
What would be like one thing that you find not good?
For me, when I read it,
reasons?
when I was reading it, the way it describes Jesus for me was very much, I was like, well, it's just kind of like another book of the Bible, you know, with Jesus being born of a virgin and, you know, breathing life into a clay bird and all that sort of thing. I just thought, this is, you know, if that sort of thing was to have happened in the past, I couldn't understand why it wouldn't be more well recorded throughout history. I would think that there should be more evidence for those sorts of events than what we've actually got. And then there's just the things like the, you know, how it describes the sun and the moon and them not being in orbit and like them never being able to catch up to each other. And
yeah, but sorry, can I just say something?
Yeah,
sure, go ahead.
You know about the breathing life into the earth?
Yeah,
that could be classified as an isolated thing. Quran doesn't say that the whole world saw the event. It could be like few people, and then God is describing the thing.
Yeah,
I understand your point. I am with you. Like, miracles are a bit heavy to comprehend or to believe, but you can say, like, you know, the event on itself, it wasn't like a big event, because Quran doesn't say like everybody saw the event. It could be like only a few people. So then
I wouldn't expect everyone to have seen that kind of event, but and I know that there's differing views.
It's not like the people coming out of the graves and then walking all over Jerusalem and meeting and greeting people, you know, in the Bible. That's a different story. That could be refuted very easy, but this one is a small incident. I can ask you about the stars.
Real quick, I'd like to mention real quick, if you don't mind, on that. In the New Testament, I like to give like examples by comparison. If, let's say, the moon was split in two, but only a few seen it, in the New Testament, it says there were 500 eyewitnesses of Jesus resurrecting from the dead, even though Muslims say Jesus was never crucified, therefore never died, therefore never had to rise, or at least most of them, from what I understand. I am skeptical of that the same way I would listen to someone say the moon split in two. I don't
on that.
Yeah, but can I say something, Derek, about the 500? You know, have you read Richard Carrier?
Yeah. I have him on the show all the time, and I agree. I'm critical of all of that.
Richard says that never happened. Paul was not describing something happening on Earth. He was describing something happening in another dimension or something, you know. So Quran Quran is describing perfectly because Quran says the Jews, they had a vision. They did not kill him. It was only a vision. Like people who wanted to kill him, they had a vision. They said, we killed him. Because like for example, if you hate someone so much, you think about killing him, then you have a vision. Quran is explaining, is saying you did not kill him. It was only a vision. You think you killed him. So this could be like interpreted in different ways.
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're trying to do there in that interpretation.
About the moon splitting. The moon splitting, it says, if you read the Quran very carefully, it says, and then the hour is come. This is when the judgment day comes to earth. The Quran is saying like that the moon is going to split when the judgment. It means like the sun is going to lose his power, and everything around the sun will.
It doesn't say that. I can't let you misread the Islamic text. It says the moon to split. Sorry, I don't argue Muslim, but yeah, Derek, this highlights an important point here. So
wait. You said it doesn't say that. What does it say then?
So read it. Let him read it.
You're lying. I'm going to read it now for you.
Okay, wait. Before you read it, I'm not going to argue with a fellow Muslim. So let me just mention an important point with Derek here.
Dude, you're lying.
So this highlights a larger issue. So the issue is that we need to have some Islamic scholars that you bring on as well, because it fundamentally depends on the worldview. Because a lot of people, I suppose you and the gentleman obviously at the bottom right of my screen, adopt like methodological naturalism. So by definition, when you're doing like historical work or anything, it's going to be difficult for you to accept something like this, because a naturalistic explanation will always be something you look for, even though sometimes for me, like for example, like I study biology, so during abiogenesis, the naturalistic explanation seems so implausible to me, but because science works within naturalism, you have to accept it. So that's the thing with the miracles, it becomes really hard to accept, and it's based on your worldview. So that's why it's important to have like an Islamic scholar on, because then that will they can explain it from their side. Because for example, if you have an Islamic philosopher talking about atheism, their worldview will drive the discussion, because they have different fundamental assumptions that we all have that we can't prove their first principles. So just on the point about so that's why I'm saying the best way to analyze, let's say, the moon split and the Islamic miracles compared to the biblical miracles is the fact that the biblical books, and I'm sure you know this well because you have like Christian scholars on all the time, the biblical books are all anonymous, and all the manuscripts have more differences than actual words in them, whereas the Islamic, the method by which we verify even our weakest sources, have all the names of everyone attested to them. So testimony is going to be the only way you can accept a miracle, because we're not going to be able to go back in time and get video footage of it. So
testimony isn't enough for me.
I know that's what I'm saying. So what I do is I would look at the religion's legitimacy claims itself and then accept the miracles as part of the package, because obviously miracles are hard to accept. So because a lot of us unfortunately adopt methodological naturalism, you're always going to go with a natural view. And by the way, the moon split is definitely something that happened during the time. So it's not talking about Judgment Day. There's consensus on this.
Perfect. So, can you show me? Can I just say something, please, Derek? Can you show me in Quran where it says that Allah split the moon or the Prophet?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Show me this. Show me.
I'll paraphrase the verse for you. So
show me, please.
Wait, relax. So you know the surah, right? So go in the surah. Surah just means the chapter. Yeah. It literally says the hour has come, the moon has split, and a miracle comes to you, and you don't believe.
You did not listen to me. I said, show. You did not listen to me. This is why you talk too much. I said, show me where Quran says Allah split the moon, or Allah split the moon. You're not listening to me.
Who else would split the moon? Who else would
split the moon? I told you. I just explained to you, but you're not listening. When the time comes, the sun, everything will be chaotic. The sun will run its course, and even science says today that when the sun runs his energy, everything will be destroyed. Yes, that's what science says. Ask anybody. This is a fact.
Gentlemen, let me get this super chat here real quick. I appreciate everyone. Hold on 1 second. Let me just read these super chats, and then we can potentially discuss even the super chats, because I really appreciate people who help fund me to keep me going with the channel. Stop Scamming Man, thank you again for the super chat. Until very recently, archaeology was very restricted in Saudi Arabia. Maybe it would be worth inviting an archaeologist who's part of this change on, maybe one whose specialty is in Nabateans also, because the Nabateans are a Christian group. So it'd be interesting to. That's a great point. Thank you for the super chat.
That's a very good idea. That's a very good idea. But also get Islamic archaeologists, because, like I said, the first principles of your worldview are going to determine how you interpret anything. Because nothing's free from your bias of your worldview. So it's very important to get someone who's also a Muslim to discuss the Islamic points.
I don't mind doing that. One of the things, if they're an expert, right, they're PhD in the particular field, because if they're an apologist, right, that's just
100%.
out here and they're whole, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get William Lane Craig to come on my channel to tell me about Christianity. I might have him on to debate or have like a critical discussion with someone like a philosopher that's atheist because he has a PhD in philosophy or something like that. But as far as like having him come on to just teach it, there are plenty of Muslim channels on YouTube. You can go listen to them teach what the Muslim is saying, things like that. But if they're experts and they're taking a critical approach and they're saying, this hadith is not historically accurate, it may not be historically accurate, and it also doesn't paint a pretty picture, let's say, for the prophet in our modern times, I'm okay with that. In fact, I would be willing to say, a lot of the hadiths probably are definitely not historically reliable or accurate. So I want to fairly represent, but I also want to show why I do think methodologically these are human origin books, right?
Yeah.
That's my angle.
Derek,
but you see, that's like your assumption. Do you know what I mean? So it's you've accepted that, right? So then you will interpret everything through that lens. So I feel like it restricts you in a way when you look at that, because you basically beg the question because you already assume something is false before
I think historical, like when you look at historians who are actually using a historical method, they're using kind of this deductive method. None of them account. If you're doing historians, they don't account miracles. They kind of put them to the side, either under a different genre sometimes, or they don't really account for the miracles. They want to look at the historical veracity of something because you can't prove it one way or the other. So like, did Jesus rise from the dead? Let's suppose he was crucified, even though you may not believe that he did. Did he rise or did he not? Well, you can't prove he did. You can't prove he didn't, but you can give reasons to say, let me give you reasons to doubt based on the text, based on history potentially, or I can give you reasons to say, I think it's probably true, like Christians try to do. So
I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah.
I think that's
miracles are actually, I think I need to kind of push against you on this, because miracles are something which would be extremely convincing and would change people's minds. Because after I deconverted from Christianity, there were a couple of, and even during the process when I was trying to figure out if it was true, there were a couple of occasions where I came across claimed miracles that did convince me that that Christianity definitely was true. And then it was only after other people put them up to scrutiny that I saw that they were not legitimate. And then the latest was, I was very much deconverted and you could probably say leaning towards naturalist, but I'd say that I'm open to evidence for, the supernatural. But I actually saw a video of this woman in Africa who had an arm which was kind of like up here, like basically missing the elbow part. And I saw she got healed by a pastor, and her arm grew out completely. And for me, I was like, wow, I was convinced. Like
that convinced you?
I was like, that convinced me. I was like, that is supernatural. And then I saw the same woman being treated from the same illness by like 4 other pastors across the nation. And I was like, okay, so this is some sort of gimmick. And I started to look into it. Well, how can this be? And I, went through and I found someone who works in the field. I can't remember what it was now. It was a few years ago, but they basically explained how that sort of thing was possible. So, miracles are definitely something which could convince people, even if they're false miracles. And that certainly convinced me. I was, I went from being, I thought, this is a load of garbage to, wow, actually, no, it's probably true.
Now, you still think it's true?
I'd been fooled. No, I don't think it's true now.
Okay. Like I was about to say, okay, just look. I know the woman you're talking about whose arm looked all wrinkled up and then it stretched forward. But yeah, that's definitely part of a magician's hoax. And by the way, magicians are not, they're not new. They've been around for a long time. They've been doing this kind of stuff to make money from people. But I just, like, as far as literature being written saying something's a miracle, that's where I come in. I'm like, real quick, I got to get this super chat real quick, guys. I'd love to get you guys to comment on this because some of you are Muslim.
Shotgun.
Mr. Monster, thank you for the super chat. How can the sun prostrate behind the throne of a god? Doesn't the earth rotate around the sun?
Yeah, so I'd just like to say very quickly on that is that the Quran also says the trees prostrate to the sovereignty of God. So this is obviously a metaphysical matter, and not only that, it's obvious even to the Arabians at the time that trees don't prostrate to God. So it's talking about the sovereignness of God. So this is not
it's only talking about the power of God, Derek, the power of God. The whole universe prostrating to the power of God. The throne of God, it's a metaphor for the power of God. Allah created everything, and then He's a throne. He put His throne over there. That means the power.
It's like dependency. So everything.
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to explain this. The sun prostrating behind it's very easy to explain. The Hadith says that the sun travels. It's very clear, and then goes on earth. Yeah, Derek, pay attention. It goes on earth.
Oh, I hear you.
And then goes. Listen to this. And then goes back to where it first came out. So it's explaining the rotation of the earth, which makes it look the sun from our vision, because Allah speaks from our vision. So this is perfect. This is what science says. There is no contradiction. And if the sun goes inside the earth, as some people say to contradict Islam, that means that the throne of Allah is inside the earth. This makes no sense. This is so stupid. And because the Quran says that the throne of Allah is on top of everything, it's not inside the earth. But these people are so dumb. They try to use this to contradict Islam. But it makes no sense. This is so easy to explain. We see, Allah is explaining what we see, what we can observe with our eyes. We see the sun going up and down, yeah? We see the sun rising, we see the sun setting. Allah is explaining this. Prophet Muhammad, he couldn't say to people like, oh, look, the sun, he flies to another place, because everybody could see the sun. They would say to him, are you stupid or something?
Exactly.
He was just explaining what people can observe with your eyes. You know what I mean? Like everybody could observe.
Perception.
At the end of the day,
it's like with the trees, when it says the trees prostrate.
Let Nile Valley get in here, guys. I want to try and allow others to kind of, you know what I mean? We're having fun, right? We're having fun. Nile Valley, what were you going to say, please?
Yeah, at the end of the day, when we start talking about miracles, we're in the realm of mythology, okay? And that's just the facts. Now, the Quran, just like the Bible and the Torah, it basically deals with a lot of mythology. And in the Quran,
that's an argument. You have to prove that.
In the Surah Al-Kahf, there's a story about the youth that slept for 300 years. Now, we know for a fact that no one can sleep for 300 years, but that's what it says in the Quran, right? So to talk about...
Wait.
You're telling me the omnipotent creator can't conduct a miracle? Isn't that by definition a miracle?
No, can I ask him something? Niall, can I ask him something?
Let me finish what I'm saying before you ask me the questions, if you don't mind. All right?
Yeah.
So, all right. So in our Kahf, we see that they talk about the dog and the sleepers in the cave, and how they slept for 300 years, and there was a dispute about whether or not it was 4, 5, 6, or 7 of them. Okay, and according to the Quran, it says no one knows but Allah. Now, it's a fact. I mean, there's no point in going around and around it. The fact is that no human being can sleep for 300 years in a cave and survive. Okay, that doesn't happen. That's not
without a miracle.
That's
like no human can be born of a virgin without a miracle. Of course,
when you say miracle, I say myth. Okay.
Well, that's obviously dependent on your worldview.
No,
wait.
This is a myth.
Well, let me ask a question. I want to ask a question. What Niall's saying here, I side with this, right? Obviously, I have a naturalism point of view. When we approach, let's say, the dates of the patriarchs within the Bible, and they're living 939 or 969 years, Methuselah, right? Or let's suppose we went to Babylonian, Mesopotamian literature and we found something that sounds like that's crazy, sounds impossible. But let's suppose there were current believers of the Mesopotamian deity Enki. And they said, no, with God, you don't think the gods have the power to do this? And it would be the same argument. So like, what we'd be doing is just putting religion next to religion and saying, well, our religion's true, your religion's wrong. And it's competing back and forth with religion. And all I think Nile Valley is saying they're all mythological. They're all trying to point out, unless you want to potentially grant that all of these religions and all of their claims of what seems to be beyond what should be the lifespans of people, the miraculous claims that are going on. Elijah's resurrecting people from the dead. If you go to other gods, Asclepius is resurrecting people from the dead from the Greek world. You know, where do you draw the line? And that's why being cautious, taking a critical approach, saying, hold up, we need more evidence than a book says this, and more evidence than people believe it. That's not enough evidence to be sufficient, I think, for most people to really come to that conclusion and know that it's true. I think it's fair to be cautious. I think it's fair to say, I don't accept this unless a personal revelation happened to me and I knew, not this book is so beautiful and this book is the revelation that I need. I need more for me, right? That's just for me. I'm not speaking for you.
Can I?
But that's where I come in.
Can I try to answer this? Can I try to answer this?
Please.
Wait. Can I? See, Derek, Niall, you have a problem with them sleeping or with them living for 300 years? Which one is it?
It's the miracle aspect he has a problem with, and can I answer it, please?
No,
it's
but,
the miracle aspect.
no, you don't. Wait. I can answer this in more natural way. Derek, do you believe that people lived shorter lives like 1,000 years ago?
I suspect that living conditions were harder, and most people died at younger ages. Yes.
Yes. Due to
Exactly.
disease
So
and everything,
wait. According to science, this is the fact. According to history, people lived the normal life was like between 30 years. Today, people can go and live up to 100, maybe 120 years. Do you agree with this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that's
I think
3
we have
times.
better dental. We have better. There are ways in which we know how to take care of ourselves that we didn't.
But you're making my point. You're making my point, because it means that it depends from the human conditions of the life we live. So we can extend our lives. This is a natural thing. It doesn't even have to be a miracle.
Right.
And also,
right.
Derek, do you believe in insects who go to sleep? There are some insects who go to sleep for 6 months, a year, or something. Mm-hmm. Do you believe in them? And then they come to life again, and they continue to exist, and they are refreshed. This is a fact.
Come to life? Research. You mean like resurrect from the dead? I don't think they're dead. I think they're hibernating, just like bears hibernate.
Exactly,
yeah.
Hibernating.
Right.
That's exactly what happened to the people. That's exactly what Quran says for the people in the cave. That's what Niall was explaining. So we believe in two things.
Not a miracle.
One,
the issue is you don't even need to go down that route. You don't even need to go down that route, because, like you said,
my God, this guy talks too much and he says nothing. Can you please listen? I'm using natural things to explain. You're not explaining anything.
Same thing. Why you argue with me, bro? We believe in the same thing.
Are you guys Muslim, both of you?
He's an atheist.
He thinks I'm an atheist.
Hold on. Are you an atheist?
No, of course not.
Okay. What sect of Muslim do you practice, if you don't mind?
Okay, Derek, can I ask you a question? I'm going to ask you a question, Derek.
Ask me away.
Just one. The moon splitting. Which explanation would you take it to be more consistent? My explanation that at the end of everything, the moon can split because the sun will lose his power, and this is a scientific thing. Or his explanation? Which one?
It's not about who you take, it's about what the actual interpretation is. It's not.
So
about
I actually have not read this text. I wouldn't want to.
No, according to my words. Which one would you take it to be more consistent?
Just listen to me 1 second. Listen to me, bro.
All right,
just listen to me for 1 second.
Guys, we've got to calm down a little bit so we can actually have each. We've got to allow. Yeah, you guys just try to get along a little more. Try to get along, because if not, I'll have to.
I'm trying to explain things from a natural state, making things more easy to understand. This guy is explaining nothing. All he does, he says like, "Oh, this is what we believe. That's it. Miracle happened." You have to be able to explain things. If you don't do that, all you do is talk, my friend.
So I'll comment. Let me make my quick comment. Right? So here's my comment. If I can only use what I know about the Bible talks about the earth. Or the moon cracking, or the melting of the mountains by the Lord in his wrath. And this is a judgment that seemingly has some type of allegorical aspect, potentially, judgment language within the Old Testament on Babylon's destruction. So people go, that's not literal, because all that happened was Babylon got taken over by the Medo-Persians, or the Persians, or however you want to put it. I don't know on the Quran. You could take it literal. You could look at it and say, maybe this is allegorical for final judgment. I don't know. So I can't really make a judgment call. I'd love to say, hey, yeah, I think this, but I haven't studied it. So I want to be respectful and say, look, I don't know. And that's my answer.
the thing is, Derek, right? Even if you say, let me grant this to my friend, my brother over here, I don't know his name. Let's say that it's from talking about.
Who's
It's Niall.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
All right.
Let's assume, right? Let me grant it that it's talking about the final judgment. This still doesn't get away from the issue of miracles. That's not the only miracle. Like me and you know, there's loads of things that you would find hard to believe. There are loads of miracles, right? From both.
I never said that I am against miracles, but the way you say things, it's very strange.
Okay,
I was trying to explain to Derek. I was trying to explain. Derek, I have another one. Do you believe you exist? Yeah.
Should have been tardigrade.
No, we didn't really address the al-Kaf issue.
We
didn't really address whether somebody could sleep for 300 years, which I know they can't. At the end of the day, okay.
How do you know?
Islam,
how do you know?
Hold on.
At the end of the day, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity are all basically, similar to a certain degree, and they all deal with a lot of mythology. Okay,
yes,
so Islam is not any less mythological than Christianity or Judaism. All three of them are basically
this idea of miracles, right? This idea of like you said there before, you assume that there's where do you draw the line, right? The demarcation criteria, like you said before.
Yeah, I'd need more evidence to believe.
Yeah. So that's why I said before, you don't judge it based on miracles, because you can just say I don't believe in miracles because every religion talks about it, and where do you draw the line? And I'll come back and say, how do you not believe an omnipotent creator cannot do such thing or said thing, right? So that's why you look at the legitimacy or the claims that the religion makes and then take it as a package deal, because other than testimony, we don't have anything else. So we look at the strength of the testimony. And this comment at the bottom, obviously, I'll let you read it. It's your super chat.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah, that's a good comment, by the way, and it's absolutely true.
Gnostic Informant, by the way, if you guys aren't aware, mostly he deals with the Christian side of things. I saw a video last night, actually, he did. Really interesting one pertaining to Paul and the potential development of Christianity. And he says the story in Al-Kaf, I hope, am I saying that right? Al-Kaf? Was told by a priest in Constantinople about 7 Christians going to sleep hundreds of years and waking up under the rule of Theodosius, a Christian emperor 200 years before the Quran.
Theodosius.
Theodosius.
And how is this? That's the issue. How does this refute?
No. It's not a refutation. It's not a refutation. What it does is the prior probability. You have. Are you granting that this actually happened for them and these Christians?
Can I say something? So now my God, can I please let me just please explain this? So this is now is becoming a historical problem. Are you saying that it did not happen? That's what you're saying.
No, it never happened. It's a myth.
Wait. Okay, perfect. Can you show me a paper from the 4th century, from the 1st century that says that this was a myth? Show me one document, and I will accept you. I will say, show me one.
That's ridiculous. What
you want him?
No, it's not ridiculous. Wait.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. I mean, why do I need to show you a document from the? Why do I need to show you a document?
I can show you a document that says that it happened. Do you understand this?
It doesn't matter what your document says.
I don't know much.
Okay,
you're not using your brain.
We have common sense. We have common sense.
You're not using your brain.
No, I am using my brain. I'm using common sense.
Can I just cut in for 1 second,
this is a joke. This is a joke, man. You're not even using your brain. You're saying this is a lie because I say it's a lie. That's stupidity. That's not even.
I'm saying it's a lie. I'm not saying it's a lie. I said it's a myth, and a myth is different from a lie.
Because show me a document.
A myth is not a lie. It's 2 different things. Okay, so let's get that.
I agree with the African humanist. We don't need religion to be good people.
Show me a paper from the 4th century, the 2nd
century, the 3rd
century that says that. And also, I have another question for you, Niall. Do you believe that human life can be extended? Yes or no?
Man, listen. Are we going to have a discussion? Are we going to have your straw man arguments about yes or no or whatever? I'm not really interested in that.
Okay? I never straw man anything. I use examples.
At the end of the day, Islam, like Islam presents itself. People in Islam present the religion as some kind of a correction for Christianity, or that Christianity was corrupt, so Islam came, the Comforter came after to straighten things out. Now, I will say this: there's not really much difference between Islam and Christianity, except for the fact that Islam is a monophysite Christianity. That
is not true at all.
I would beg to differ.
You do not understand Islamic theology.
It's a monophysite Christianity, meaning that you know
Niall,
it's
if
basically.
you say so, you just solved the problem, Niall. Where have you been all this time? We were looking for you. You just solved everything. You say it's that and that's it. Now, Derek, you close your channel. You don't have to say anything about Islam anymore. Your job is done. Niall just solved the whole thing with one word. Niall, this is the childish thing you're saying, my friend.
Real quick, guys, I got a super chat I want to take here, and it's Mr. Monster. Thank you for the super chat. The Bible says Adam lived for almost 1,000 years. That right there has to be a lie, he says. No human in 7 million years lived that long. Now, I don't know if humans ever lived 7 million years, my friend, but I appreciate the super chat.
Can I ask you a question?
Feel free.
Yeah. So it was the thing about fundamental principles that we believe in. I was asking before. So to me, as a biologist, when I look at the evidence for abiogenesis, and Genesis, right, I see that there's so much evidence, and this is more like piling in the academic sphere now, against life spontaneously forming, or even these issues of consciousness, right? So I see overwhelming evidence of some like natural means. So why can I not say this is a myth and it's impossible, and for you to still look for this like naturalistic explanation? So my point is, you first accept or you have a worldview and you use that to interpret everything. So this is why you're having a problem with miracles. So this is why probably I would have a problem with
look, could the miracles be true? Sure. I need better evidence. I'm not the guy who assumes. Hold on, let me finish, because you guys have had plenty of time to talk, and I'm going to have to boot people if we can't have civil discourse here. I start with this for the same reasons I look around at the world around me, right? This can be easily a logical fallacy here, Derek. You assume, based on your own perception, that there aren't miracles because you have never actually experienced them. What I have experienced are personal experiences through an emotional primer, whether it be religious, whether it's worship at church, whether it's the certain words that spoke to me in a trial that I'm going through in life at the time, and it just spoke to me in the right way. It felt good. Those things I've experienced. As far as a miracle, as defined what we see within some of these books, is arms that come back. You know, Jesus said, stretch forth thine arm. The dead rising, right? Things like this. Obviously, I have never seen this, right? And then I come to find out when I researched a little more, even prior to the writings that I'm reading here, that I believed as if Jesus, and let's suppose Jesus didn't die and rise again. Did he at least resurrect Lazarus? Did Elijah resurrect one of the children in the Old Testament? There are these claims that resurrections happen, even if you don't believe Jesus died and rose again. So I say that to say, I looked at these other myths, right? We're okay with saying Greco-Roman mythology. None of us say Asclepius really did these things. I mean, unless you do believe that he did these things. I don't approach it and say they did. But there were plenty of Greeks who believed these things were true. And there were literature that was developed. So I start to go, what is the prior probability that this is true, but this is not? And I start to look at these things and weigh out the evidence. The fact that people believe these things are true, hey, plenty of people believe that Joseph Smith really got golden plates and the angel Moroni gave him the revelation and told him, and the Father and Jesus and all. People believe these testimonies. Yeah. And there are people contemporaneous to him in his own life to do it. What I'm saying is, I think we're not starting with a more cautious approach, and we're believing in these things for other reasons than they're factually true. Doesn't mean they couldn't be true. I mean, it could be. I couldn't prove it not, just like you couldn't prove it is. You would say, well, I think it is because we have testimony, we have this, we have that, and you have your other reasons why you take that approach. But for me, I think we're not cautious enough, and we're not fair in balancing the odds on all the other data. That's all I'm trying to say.
I think it's clear.
Two solutions. There's two solutions. Sorry for interrupting you now. There's two solutions, by the way. So it's one of them. Well, I mentioned both of them. One of them is you either look at the strength of the testimony, and if that's not convincing enough, then what you do is you look at the other legitimacy claims that the religion makes for itself, and you take it as a package deal, right? So if the other claims of the religion are strong enough, you then obviously by default have to accept the miracles, because like you said, we can go either way with the miracles. We can never say it didn't happen. We can be skeptical, right? Let's be skeptical, and then you can weigh the balance of probability, right, depending on your worldview. So you either accept the strength of the testimony, or you look at the other claims the religion makes. So this issue of miracles that we're debating right now is basically just a side issue, because what you should be talking is the main claims of the religion, and see if that stands up to scrutiny. And then, because this thing about myth, this like Niall's going to say, he's going to say it's a myth, right? I'm going to say it's not, and it's just dependent on our worldview. So
real quick, guys.
No, it's more than that. I mean,
do me a favor. Address this super chat. I have to run to the restroom. Give me 60 seconds to a minute and a half. Please, would you each, and please do not overtalk each other. If I come back and find out people are overtalking people, I'm just going to boot them. I want to try and allow each person to please conversate. And that's what I want. I want civil discourse. Everyone deserves a right to be able to speak on this channel here that's on the panel. So please respect that. I'll be right back.
Okay, so the Noah story. The Noah story is another myth. Okay, it's a popular myth. It's all over the area. Different cultures. They have Babylonian myth, Assyrian myth, Egyptian myth, biblical myth. But basically, they're all the same, the same story, basically. And the myth actually has nothing to do with a literal flood or a deluge that happened whatever time ago in history. That never happened in history. Not to say that there weren't floods on the earth, but that particular flood, as described in Noah, never really happened. It's a myth, plain and simple. Okay, and that myth is basically an astronomical myth. It has nothing to do with a earthly flood of any kind. And basically, just to make a long story short, it has to do with an ending in time and nothing to do with earthly flood.
Okay, who's the top next?
What Niall, what can the guy with glasses speak?
Is there anyone who doesn't who actually does think the Noah flood happened? Or
we do, but we don't. I'll obviously let my Islamic brother give his own opinion, but we don't believe that it's the same as the biblical flood. So we don't believe it's a global flood. And just to address something that Niall said, that this is containing, like, I don't know, I forgot what the tablets are called now. The Mesopotamian tablets, right? Or the epics of Gilgamesh, that's it. So they're contained in this and everything, and in other like Middle Eastern traditions or Near East traditions. That would be expected if such an event happened, and then over time the narrative changed. So the more likely opinion is that such an event did happen, and we believe in the correct version, because that's basically the Islamic paradigm, isn't it? That we have the corrected versions, and it makes much more sense because we don't believe in no global flood that destroyed the whole world. So if it's occurring in all Middle Eastern, Near Eastern traditions, it's more likely that the event did occur, and our version is true.
Do you mean that just lots of local floods happened over time, or do you mean that like the entire area, like across
like a large area, but not like a global flood?
And there was a boat that actually had all the animals from the region? Or?
We don't believe that. Well, the animals, he took animals onto the ark, but not like dinosaurs and all these exotic penguins, things like this.
Real quick, gentlemen, if you don't mind, Steve M, thank you for the super chat. It sounds like I don't know much. Thinks he knows everything. According to him, no one else knows anything. Not sure who you're talking about, but I do appreciate the super chat.
He was talking about me, Derek.
Well, thank you for the $5, my friend Steve. And someone said, Cryptician said, Derek is doing an excellent job moderating this. Give the man a hand. Please do, if I say so myself. No, seriously, guys, I appreciate you guys. And thank you for respecting, my asking of letting each other discuss this. I sent out the link, so if you guys do want to join the discussion, we might have to kind of funnel through some people and have people join and some leave. But I did want to mention something about the flood real quick before we get to stop scamming man. When you look at, like, forget about, try at least for just a second to forget about what like the Quran says or what the what Islam teaches about the flood for 1 second. When I look at this from biblical scholars, and then also going into Assyriologists like Dr. Joshua Bowen, and I find out, okay, there's this flood narrative. We now know this is a myth, a mythology, potentially based on a reality that something actually happened in that region of the world. And this myth comes from Mesopotamia. The Akkadians and Sumerians, they all have this flood myth that passed on. And first, there's like a bird type figure that is being fought and I don't remember the god's name. If it was Enki, I can't remember. Maybe it's not Enki. Enki's later, I think. Then there's Gilgamesh, right? And Tiamat and Marduk are the ones battling it out. Marduk is the god who kills Tiamat, and he becomes the supreme king god over all the other gods. What we see then later on is this Noah flood narrative biblically that is utilizing intertextuality from this myth into the Bible. And why I already start off cautious on anything that comes later using earlier material like the Bible is you already know that this has this connection to Mesopotamia, that they're using the flood myth from the Babylonian myth, if you will, about the flood. And what that did for me is it's like, okay, if Islam is using that, now that we're bringing Islam back up to the picture, why should I believe that's a historical reality? Or another example.
Exactly.
Let's go with, virgin birth or the second coming where Jesus will come in the end, right? I have plenty of reason. I've never even read the Quran. Like, I've never read it from beginning to end. I've read surahs here and there, but like, I've never read it. And I plan to. I want to fairly look into this. But when I look at Jesus and I know that they thought it was going to happen in the first century, all the people who claim to have known him and followed him and all that, and then I see it didn't happen, and I recognize critical scholarship saying this failed, like he never came back. That end that was expected didn't happen. But then I hear later, 7 centuries later, within the Quran idea that Jesus will come back at the end to destroy the wicked. It makes me already go, hold on, no. Why are they using something here? You
Quran
see what
doesn't say that. Derek, Quran doesn't say that.
What does
Quran,
it say about Jesus?
It says that Jesus will come to earth because the reason why in Quran Jesus is the person who was saved by God. That's the meaning of Messiah in Quran. Allah saved him from his enemies and stuff. So he will. And now the example of Jesus is an example that Allah can give us eternal life to our flesh. That's the example of Jesus, called the Messiah. Allah saves. So the thing is, Jesus is coming back, but he's not coming back to do anything. Jesus is coming back to live for a while like a human, because he was a human according to Islam, and he will die. That's it. That's all it is. And when he comes back, everybody will understand that Allah saved him. So everybody will believe him. This will be in the future, of course, but he doesn't do anything like that.
The Muslim belief about Jesus is no different than some of the earlier Christian view about Jesus.
And that's a good thing. I'm just about to talk about that.
So the Muslims, their belief about Jesus is similar to the belief about Jesus that was around prior to the Council of Nicaea. Okay, now at the Council of Nicaea, and and then the Council of Ephesus, the Chalcedonian Council. In all of those different councils, different characteristics or aspects was added on to Jesus and to Mary and so forth and so on. Basically, the Jesus story was developed in those councils. What Jesus came to be known as now was developed in those councils. Forget about what we read in the Gospels. That's mythological. What we got when we talk about Jesus, when we talk about the history, we have to talk about the different councils that actually happened in history that we know about. The Council of Nicaea, the Council of Ephesus, the Council of Chalcedon, all those, and there was many more. So basically what happened that it took over 900 years for Jesus to develop into the character that we know him as today. This happened during those ecumenical councils, and those can be traced, and we can see how the character of Jesus was manufactured. Okay?
Gentlemen, stop scamming, man. I hate to change the topic, but when people support the channel, man, we could come back to this. I'd like to hear what our Muslim friends here have to say about it. But similar note to the 7 sleepers, he super chats. 1st century writer Josephus recalled a myth on Alexander walling off folk of Magog. The Bible originally spoke of Gog of Magog. Islam seemed to borrow a later addition.
Yeah.
So, I can explain this. Let me explain this, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Gog and Magog, it's just a vision. It's a metaphor for the bad things coming when people lose faith and when the evil grows. That's the description of Gog and Magog in Quran. So you have to have faith in order for the Gog and Magog to be destroyed. Yeah, that's how Quran explains this.
Derek, yeah, so just to touch, because he just talked about that, which I don't agree with, but I'll just touch on the issue about how you said it's an issue that the fact Jesus coming back existed in later Christian traditions, because he obviously was killed and crucified, right? According to Christianity. But you've got to also see the other side of the coin, and how the Islamic Jesus is so congruent with the actual historical pre-Ebionite Jesus even. And there's an Islamic scholar, no, she's not a Muslim, but she's called Angela Newworth, right? So the word used for Jesus' people is Nazarene in the Quran, right? And this doesn't occur in any of the biblical texts, right? So it's amazing how this word made its way into the 7th century when it was already dead as a name in the surrounding areas, even like pre-2nd century. So you've got to look at the other side as well, how these traditions are making it into this book, and how congruent the Islamic Jesus is with the actual historical Jesus. Obviously, bar the miracles, but that's dependent on like. So you've got
wasn't Muhammad's uncle-in-law like a well-educated religious?
Yeah, but
Christian?
he's not gonna know. He's not gonna know like things that Christians like Niall said in the 3rd and 4th century, due to the councils of like Chalcedon and Nicaea, that Jesus was already decided who Jesus was. So these are like pre-1st century traditions that made it into the Quran, which is amazing.
Is there? I just want to mention, isn't there infant miracle claims of Jesus in the Quran, or is that a hadith?
No, it's in the Quran.
It is right.
There's no miracles by Jesus in Quran. There's no miracles.
Well, I'm saying the clay bird. He brings the clay bird to life, right?
Quran says.
There was no
Quran
infancy
says
gospel in the Arabic Peninsula.
Wait, can I answer the clay bird, please?
Wait, bro, please. There was no infancy gospel in the Arabian Peninsula, right? The first actual full gospel in Arabic made its way in the 10th century. So the Islamic theologian Al-Ghazali, when he was discussing with Christians, he couldn't find an Arabic Bible. So the first one made its way in the obviously much later on, and not only this, but the infancy gospel is a 1st century document. So who's to say that traditions from that are not true and the other biblical traditions are true, considering how much congruence the gospel and Thomas gospel as well has with about the source Q, right? How congruent they are. So that's also amazing. Like how these traditions that make their way here when they're also 1st century and they have congruency with earlier documents. And the first Arabic Bible comes around in the 9th, 10th century. And Waraq, who is the uncle of the Prophet.
It's not as if there weren't Christians in the area, though. Like, there was plenty of different Christians in the area where Muhammad was, which is why his uncle was one of them.
More like Nicene Trinitarian, like all already decided type of Christians. None of like the first Ebionite or even before the Ebionite type Christians. Which
so
is
there were no
it's not like Muhammad wasn't a traveler as well. He was a merchant, so he literally he traveled and would have met.
First,
there's claims he was illiterate, but if he's a merchant, like, wouldn't he be traveling and meeting all sorts of different people and hearing their stories?
The Christian world already decided on who Jesus was.
Well,
there is a hadith that actually mentions Muhammad coming into contact with a Christian monk, if I remember correctly, an Nestorian Christian monk.
Yeah,
and,
but that's it.
There's a lot of academic research into Islam and its relationship with early Christianity.
See, you guys misunderstanding Arabian. There were Christians about. That's not my point. I'm not saying there were Christians. Of course, they were obviously Nabateans before that, and there were the people who lived around the area. There was people in Palestine. There were people of Nasara as well. So there's loads. That's not the point. The point is these traditions that are from the 1st century and before are making it into the Quran, and the Christians already decided on who Jesus was. That's what the amazing thing is. Not that there were Christians or that he spoke to Christians. That's not the amazing thing. The amazing thing is that the congruency between the actual Jesus, which is the historical Jesus, and
there is no historical Jesus, and so like Derek was saying, and Derek is.
How can you not be a historical Jesus? There's literally a historical Jesus.
Let me point out something about the whole historical Jesus thing. Is there could be a historical Jesus? I don't deny there could, but the thing is knowing what is and what isn't actually about him and what's accurate and what's true. That's going to be the difficult part. So whether you're a mythicist or historicist, that's out the question. But the idea that this literature that comes in the 1st century, most scholars actually put that in 2nd century, and then these infancy gospels, oftentimes 2nd, 3rd century. Some of this stuff's really late. And the question I have then would be, is it more plausible that the Quran miraculously got the infancy gospel narratives directly from heaven, because there's only Trinitarian Christians supposedly floating around who would not have any evidence or any of this stuff for them to use, or they came across Christians, some version, non-Trinitarian, a sect that had this kind of community literature, and they said, we like this picture, we like this idea, and they incorporate it into the text. I think the latter is more plausible. You obviously know why.
It is a no. There's no denying it's a possibility, right? But you've got to look at the other traditions that also exist there, right? So it's just the names used for Jesus as well. These are names that had died out in the 1st century. So unless you're willing to say that all these traditions magically came into the hands of an illiterate merchant, it just doesn't make sense. But obviously, like I said, it just depends on what you literally believe. If you're an atheist, you're going to find a naturalistic explanation for it. And this is not the only thing. There are so many things like this.
Well, what if you're a theist, but you're not a Muslim and you're a Christian? You're not going to side with the Muslim on this point.
If you're a theist,
being a theist and an atheist it can be relevant, but it's not always relevant, because if I asked a theist who's not a Muslim, they're not going to side with you on this. They're probably going to be critical of your religion, but not of their own. And that's what I always see, is usually someone has a position, they're willing to be critical of another. Like I've had Rabbi Tovia Singer on to be critical of the New Testament. I don't have him on to be critical of the Hebrew Bible. Why would I? First of all, I want him to come on. I don't want him to go, well, I'm coming on to be challenged about my own faith. I'm not interested in that. He's a friend of mine, and I get other scholars to dissect and poke into the Hebrew Bible. There's plenty of them out there. The difficult problem I'm having, though, is that to find them on the Quran, it's not as easy to find critical scholars who are outspoken, showing flaws and things like that.
Do you know why that is? Because the general consensus, bar the miracles and all the supernatural stuff, is the Islamic narrative of how the Quran came about, whereas it isn't obviously for the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Bible. The general consensus is what we say it is, unless you obviously let go.
I think it's the threat. There's a lot of threat involved in this.
Unless you look at
I've been in a lot of debate groups, and
but then fringe scholarships,
mostly debating Christians, but for the most part, I've probably got 3, maybe 4 death threats from Christians. But the amount of death threats I've got from Muslims is probably
this is totally irrelevant.
Getting close to about 100.
This is totally irrelevant to the discussion.
No, it's not, because you're asking why isn't there critical information?
Yeah, this is just what you have to say to make your point look more legitimate.
Gentlemen,
no. Can you just let me finish? If people are more likely to get a death threat for talking critically about a specific religion, are they less likely to talk about it?
Literally talk critically about us all the time.
Hold on.
This is not this is just a thing you have to say to make your point.
At the end of the day, man. At the end of the day, again, we got to get back to the facts, okay? And
and that's
the bottom line is that Islam is just as mythological as Christianity and Judaism. Also, Islam, there is no evidence really that Muhammad actually existed as a person. Just like there is no evidence that there was ever any Jesus Christ, okay, or any Abraham or any Isaac, Jacob, or any of the other mythological characters that we have in the so-called scriptures.
We have coin Muhammad stamped on them.
Exactly.
I don't really.
don't have that for Jesus.
Again, that's all
Jesus,
good.
We only have one for 40 years after. Like, if you compare the evidence for what we have for Jesus and the Prophet Muhammad, right? We only believe in Jesus because the Quran says so. If it was because of the Bible, I wouldn't believe in Jesus. There's Josephus, and that's some of it's fabricated. And then Tacitus was a historian who wrote things to make the church look better. We have 13 contemporary sources, from what I know, just documents.
You just said that a 7th century document, the Quran, is the reason you believe Jesus, not any of the contemporaneous data from the 1st century.
It does make a case, right? Because I believe it's true, right? But
right,
if I had only the Bible to go on, it would be hard to believe in the existence of Jesus.
The Jew would do the same, and the Christian. Real quick, let me get these super chats, guys. Real quick, I want to get these super chats because there's people who are helping keep this channel going, and I want to ask and have these conversations. Steve M says, I would ask how fundamentalists can appeal to non-believers. Always head back to their sacred text that we don't agree with. So
all these religions are literary, okay? So at the end of the day, it's a literary creation, Okay, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, they're all literary creations.
So
when you go to look at any evidence or any historical evidence in Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, there's none. All the places described in the Bible about Abraham. I mean, how could it be possible?
Okay, tell me why.
Hold on. Let me finish. How could it be possible that with all these so-called miracles and all these miraculous characters that we have in the biblical text, that we don't have not even one scintilla of evidence that not a grave or bone, nothing, none of the places described, nothing survived. There's not one bit of evidence. If we look at Egypt, for example, as an example, you can go to Egypt and it's there. Everything, the monuments are there, the bones are there, the burials, all of those things that we know about Egypt, they're there in Egypt. You can go there and find them right now. Go to Jerusalem or go to wherever to find many of the things that we hear about in the Bible. There's nothing, not even a trace of it. So at the end of the day, we have to look at the facts, okay? And when it comes to Islam, if you want to find the origins of Islam, you got to look to Christianity, and you have to look to the different councils, the different Christians that were excommunicated. They've eventually ended up forming what we know now as Islam. Eventually, that's what happened. These various Christians that couldn't agree with the Orthodox Christian view that was presented in the Council of Nicaea and then in the Council of Ephesus and the Council of Chalcedon, they later on form what we now know as Islam. This is what it comes down to.
Did you notice these are just like claims? There was no actual evidence. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but there was no actual evidence there. Like this idea that Islam was formed from rogue monophysite Christians. I'd never heard this before. In fact, it makes more sense that it's a revival back to the original, because Judaism, which is prior to Christianity, is so similar to the Islamic tradition. So this
gentlemen, I got a question for the Muslims on the panel, because this is from Mr. Monster. How come divine events and miracles from 2,000 years ago or more are not happening today? Fantastical things that could potentially convince many people.
Exactly.
But we don't believe prophets,
because those things don't happen outside of the book. Okay? So outside of the literary.
Let the Muslims, please, let them, because I agree with you, but I'm interested in hearing how they would respond to that.
So the Prophet Muhammad was the final prophet, so prophethood was sealed off with him. So we actually believe there's no more prophets after that, right? Because he was sent to the whole world. So this idea that miracles don't occur anymore, right? Well, we do, because we believe the book is a miracle. So we believe it's like an eternal miracle, right? So this is why I was asking you before to have Arabic linguists and everything, and just Muslims, of course, right? And come on and discuss as academics, not apologists. So this would be a really interesting thing to talk about.
Yeah, apologetics. You have Muslim.
I literally said not apologetics. I literally said not apologists.
Yeah, I know, but you have Muslim apologetics. Where you call
I know you do. You have atheist apologetics too.
Yeah, so you have apologetics of all kind. Whether you can call them Muslim scholars or Christian scholars or whatever you want to call them, but they're apologetics.
You can't label a Muslim scholar as an apologist just because you don't like what he's saying.
Thank you for the super chats before. ScholarVid, thank you again. A number of believers, Christians and Muslims alike, often claim to have a different worldview from atheists. I'm not 100% sure I quite decipher what he means by this here. Do you guys understand what this means? What he's saying?
I think he's claiming that we're secretly atheists.
No, but I would like to say one thing on somewhere along those lines. That I watch your show a lot, Derek.
Yes, sir.
And I see a lot of our scholars on here. There's one right now. I forgot his name. Kip. Yeah.
Yes.
How you doing, Kip? Dr. Kip. Yeah, I watch him as well. I watch his video. Now, I think that the problem, with the mysticist perspective is that they start off with the historical kernel, so-called historical kernel in the scriptures, right? Supposedly, they start off with that and then they work their way from there. Okay, to me that's a mistake. They need to start out from the mythical perspective first and work their way the other way. Okay.
Why?
So because you have a better understanding of what's really going on. Because
why?
By starting with the historical perspective, you're assuming that there's some kernel of truth in it already from the start.
But are you assuming there's no kernel of truth if you start with the mythological position?
Let me finish, please. My point being is this. When we look at, say, Greek mythology, or we look at any other mythology besides the Christian mythology and the Judaic mythology and the Islamic mythology, we start off from the mythical perspective because we know it's myth. And we assume that it's myth, and we start off from there. We don't start off from a historical perspective with the Greek mythology. That would be silly to do that. And it's silly to do that with Christianity or Judaism or Islam. So I don't understand what that's all about. Why did they start from a historical perspective? But then again, I do understand, because a lot of them were, prior, mostly Christians. It's hard to divorce yourself from your upbringing and your beliefs. But
I can try and answer that.
No, well, hold on. But my point is that I think that it'd be more effective if they would start off from the mythical and treat the biblical stories just like any other myth, because that's exactly what they are. Any other myth. They're just like any other myth. There's no difference.
So have you ever been religious at all?
They're not myths. If you speak to any academic university professor, they'll be able to explain to you the difference between a myth and the stories in the Bible, and why the stories in the Bible are not myths. And as far as the historicity, it's commonplace. Even Greek myths are assumed to have some historical kernel. So it's not a stretch of an imagination to assume that there is some historical kernel to the stories of Jesus in the Gospels. It's not irrational, is what I'm trying to say. And Kip could probably explain the difference between myth and why the Bible isn't myth.
Let's allow Dr. Kip
I've been
to do that,
at a university, but there are distinct differences.
My friend, let Dr. Kip. What is the difference here? Okay, obviously, it sounds like what we're saying is complete fiction when we say myth, but myth isn't necessarily fiction. Can you tell us from an academic perspective, like what it is, if you don't mind?
Right.
So myths tend to be explanatory stories about why things are the way they are. Lots of times these stories can be grounded in bits of history. I think even though there's no good history, no good evidence for the existence of somebody like Moses, there's a good idea that that there were slaves that came into the Levant, into Palestine from Egypt.
Can I ask you a question, just because you're an expert on this?
I'm just going to finish up here. Similarly, with the stories about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we don't believe that those were historical figures, but there's also a recognition that that much of the material that entered Israelite religion, that entered the culture, came out of Mesopotamia. So these are the sorts of historical connections we're looking for. But you go way, way, way too far by suggesting that virtually none of this stuff is grounded in history, or starting, as you said, when it comes to the gospel story, starting from the mythology. I mean, this is essentially what scholars do, and yet still come out very strongly in favor of an historical Jesus. And the reason for that is because it's very, very difficult to actually pin down historically a mythology that exists there prior to the existence of an actual, or I said essentially in the same milieu as an historical Jesus. So no critical scholars take the Gospels at face value as straightforward history. None of them do. But what we do recognize is
unless they're
that
apologists.
Well, yeah, exactly. We don't call them critical scholars, though. Apologists are not critical scholars. So, I mean, what we do see is that within the Second Temple Jewish milieu, which was entrenched in this apocalyptic idea of the last days and the imminent arrival of the Messiah, we see all sorts of contemporary messianic figures popping up all over the place. Jesus is just another one of those. He fits very neatly within the context, within the milieu. So,
okay.
Go ahead.
I knew you got a question for Kip. After that question, if you gentlemen will help me, everyone on the panel, I know we have our own little dialogue. When I put it and pop it up at the bottom here on the screen, if you guys could help participate in answering some of these super chats, I would greatly appreciate it. So please ask your question and then let's address some of these super chats.
Yeah. So just obviously I'm here to learn, so I wanted to know how do you let's say distinguish between a figure like Moses or another figure of antiquity who we do believe existed. Obviously, someone like Socrates is not as ancient, but let's say Socrates, right? We don't have any contemporary sources of him. Also, how do you reject the testimony of, let's say, all the Hebrew people and all the Jewish Bible and all that massive tradition, but accept the testimony that Socrates existed? Like, to me, it seems just a presupposition of what you already believe. So even if we divorce the miracles and everything, like that didn't happen, how do you deny the existence of such a figure? Or like a slave leader called Moses? Because they're both just testimonies, aren't they?
So
Good
in the first place, I'm not committed either to the historical existence of Socrates. I mean, I think it's really, really plausible, but very much so. I think, yeah, if there was a slave revolt or a group of escapees from Egypt at one point in the late Bronze Age, and they possibly had a leader, you can't discount that. But the Moses figure in the Old Testament, it's a matter of they're not the sources themselves they're just too sketchy, too spotty to be able to derive an historical figure like an actual historical figure from them. I don't know if that answers your question very well, but it'd be very helpful if we could find any sort of third-party verification or any sort of monumental attestation to the existence of a figure like Moses. And on the face of it, the entire story of a Hebrew, the origin story of Moses, which looks very similar to that of Sargon of Akkad, really strains credulity.
Yeah.
So well, when is that other figure from, by the way? I'm just curious, that other figure.
There is Sargon
of Akkad.
Several books.
Okay.
There are several books written by Jan Assman, Dr. Jan Assman. Funny last name, but that's his last name. And he wrote various books. One of them called Moses the Egyptian, and which he talks about Egyptian documents that do talk about a Moses figure, and I believe he was a priest with which he left Egypt with a bunch of followers. Problem
he was
is,
a Hyksos, right? They're trying to say the Hyksos
are quite. I don't think he takes it that far, but that's certainly it's certainly in the air. But the problem is that those documents are quite late, so there's really so scholars usually, if they know about them, they usually discredit those documents. He wrote a whole series of books, and he's also discredited by other scholars because he was working outside of outside of his area of specialization. And but yeah, if you ever have time to pick up Moses the Egyptian, written by Jan Assmann, it's a great read. I wrote an
guys, answer this question. Why does the Quran not have the full story of Lut?
Why does the Bible have the full story?
Why what?
No, I was trying to be rhetorical. I was like, why does the Bible have the full story? I don't think it's necessary. I mean, the Quran uses a lot of smaller, it uses less language and it makes a more powerful punch. It's not really a narrative, is it? It's more of like a guide. You don't need the whole story, do you?
The short answer is it's not a biography book.
Okay.
The reason the Quran does not tell the full story because it already assumes that other people understand it. So when the Quran mentions stuff without explanation, it's usually understood among the general population that the Quran is supposed to be speaking to.
Yeah.
Is that because they assume that the readers already know the Bible? Is that because
a lot of the audience in the Medina period were Jewish people because the Prophet lived in Medina after the Hijrah, so the migration. So the Jewish people are very familiar with the Old Testament.
Interesting.
Another thing is, Derek, Quran uses specific stories to portray the message. It wants to bring people back to Allah, to one creator, to worship one creator. You know, that's the main thing about Quran. Quran is not a biography to tell people who was this and what's his name and all this. That has nothing to do with worshiping Allah. The whole thing is worshiping one God.
It's funny how the Quran feels on that too.
Maurice, did you want to say something real quick? And then I'm going to go ahead and ask these super chats. We'll get these out of the way.
Yeah.
So go ahead and ask him. I'm going to go ahead and ask him.
I mean,
Scott
I'm not a Quranic expert. I'm not a Muslim either. But I do recall that a lot of the stories that the Quran makes reference to are not the canonical biblical stories. They're actually apocryphal, which is interesting academically, and it really points to the idea that to what was already said, that the audience was quite familiar with these biblical stories, but they seem to have been more familiar with apocryphal biblical stories rather than the stories we have in the Old Testament. So there's
an assumption there that some of the stories that are coming through later traditions, like the infancy gospel, are not true. So that's the thing I was talking about, like before, that these earlier traditions might actually be true, and they weren't in the Arabian Peninsula anyway, because there was not a Hebrew Bible or a Christian Bible in the Arabian Peninsula.
It's not that they were more.
No. Wait. You cannot say there is no Bible when we have
there wasn't. This is read a book called.
We have a manuscript. We have a manuscript from the 800 BC, an Arabic Bible.
BC,
an Arabic Bible from.
There was no Bible BC.
Yes, there is. It isn't. It is
800 BC in Arabic.
Are you kidding me?
I've never heard of such a thing. I need to.
Sorry,
there's no such thing. There was no.
Not the BC.
Oh, you mean AD? You mean AD? You mean
AD? CB, that common time.
Okay.
Yeah. There's an academic book by Sidney Griff, who's not a Muslim. And he's an Islamic scholar, right? So he dates it to the 9th to 10th century for the first.
What was the first Quran published?
The biggest influence on the Quran is the Syriac Bible, not the Arabic Bible.
That has been that narrative.
No. It hasn't been. No. Say whatever you want to say.
Fringe scholarship, bro.
Hold on. Let him finish. I get it. Let him finish. If it's fringe or not, just let him say what he's saying, and then
the stories in the Quran.
Please let him finish.
The stories in the Quran are the depiction from the Syriac Bible. And even the stories that is not in the Bible comes out from a Syriac romance of Alexander, Dhul-Qarnayn, and all those stories already originated in the Levant before the Quran came out.
Give me 10 seconds, please.
Okay,
Give
allow
me 10
Mustafa
seconds.
to respond, please.
Give me 10 seconds, right? This is super fringe scholarship by a guy called Luxemburg, which has been abandoned by the majority of non-Muslim scholarships as non-Muslims who work in the Islamic field. Not only this, 90% of the stuff from the Syriac stuff are post-Quranic anyway. So this is just such fringe scholarship. No one takes it seriously. So yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Scott Rutherford gives a super chat. Doesn't deism solve all of this, he says? Can we meet in the middle and just say, okay, there's a creator, but he left us alone and he's done?
That's
Islam. People hold on to their beliefs too strongly.
Derek, you just described Islam.
Deism is Islam?
Kind of, because Islam is the human condition. You are born with it.
Interesting.
You understand what deism is. Deism is theism, but without the.
When was the first Quran published?
Straight after the Prophet.
Doesn't matter.
Died life.
When was the first Quran published?
Gentlemen, I have to go and pee again. I'll be right back. Please be good. Please be good. I'll be right back.
When was the first Quran published?
What are you drinking, Derek? Coffee?
I would like to know.
When was the Quran published?
When was the first one published?
When was the publishing thing created? When?
The printing press?
Yes, when?
I think it was 15th century.
Then Quran was published then, at that time. What's your point?
Bro, do you even understand? Like, I'm trying.
So if you don't know, you don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to know. So yes. I mean,
no, you were trying to be funny.
No, if you don't know, you don't know. I just asked a simple question.
I can explain this very easy. Quran is from the time of the Prophet. It was passed on from people to people. It's from the time of Prophet.
No. He's asking when it was first written down.
Okay, right. So
that's all he's asking.
It was compiled completely during
when
his
was
life.
what?
His companions standardized
From
it,
what?
right? So it was compiled during his life, all of it, then standardized by his companion Uthman, which is called the Uthmanic Codex, right? And we have manuscripts, unlike the Christian tradition, from the 1st century, even some from a few decades, and all of it is literally the same. And this is like consensus in academia, except for fringe scholarship. So unless you dispute the miracles because of your worldview and your assumption, the idea that the Quran is changed or that it's different or that it's
somehow... No. There are academics that argue that.
That was my argument. I just want to know when it was...
based on the fact that you didn't have diacritics.
We did have what, sorry? I didn't hear that.
I just want to know when it was published. That's all. Anybody answer the question, I'd appreciate it.
What do you mean by published?
Okay,
what do you mean by published?
Yeah. Just the guy in the
question.
Jesus picture wants to speak. Just
what is publish a foreign word?
Okay, wait, I'll answer you in a second.
What do you mean by published? Do you mean printed in a book?
The guy with the Jesus picture, Dr. Kip.
Yeah, he wants to speak. Let him speak.
So I'm curious because I don't. This is not something I'm.
Right.
I'm a textual critic. I'm a textual scholar, and I don't know anything about the Quran, very little, and I'm just interested if someone can give me a breakdown on the manuscript tradition. What's there, and is there textual criticism within Quran scholarship?
Yeah, there is, right? There is. So just give me like 1 minute, and then I can chime in. Yeah. So that was the story that I just briefly talked about, how it was standardized by the third companion, the caliph, right? So just the ruler. So there is scholarship, but a lot of I don't like quoting Bart Ehrman because he's not even an expert on this field, but there was a blog on his, there was a post on his blog, and he talked about how there isn't a lot of critical scholarship just because the manuscripts are basically all the same, apart from obviously I don't know the actual names for them, but like missing a line and repeating a word, like traditional mistakes you see, right? So these are the only things that exist in manuscripts. So it's almost consensus, whether you believe if the religion is the Quran is the literal word of Allah, right? There's consensus in academia that the manuscripts are basically the same. And the author was the prophet.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, I think
I have to. You guys, real quick. I hate doing this, but we got super chats coming in, and this is how I keep doing what I'm doing here. So please,
consensus is not.
Guys, can you please press this super chat at the bottom? Stop scamming, man. I'd argue it may have had less to do with Ebionites or divine revelation and more to do with Muhammad living among and wanting to convert Jews as well. Now, I think this is back a bit in our conversation, if you guys can recall. Would you guys be interested in maybe addressing some of that?
I don't know what exactly he means, but if he means converting Jews, of course he wants to convert Jews because we're trying to get them to join our religion. So I don't really see an issue.
No, the prophet never tried to convert anyone.
That's
Never.
bullshit.
That's not bullshit. The reason is the prophet, his job is to convey the message.
Convey the message. Yeah. So only God opens the heart, but if he means that in a literal sense, like we wanted Jews to come to religion, then yes. So of course he'd be preaching to the Jews. He'd preach to anyone.
Yeah, that's why the earlier Quran talks nicely about the Jews, and the moment it
talks nicely about everyone all the time.
No. Hey, listen. Don't interrupt me. Listen. The moment the Jews told Muhammad basically to go away, he started.
These are Christian apologist claims.
Wait. Let him talk.
No. He started rallying against them and fighting them.
Proof, please.
Wait. Give us a point. You're not making a point. Give us a point. We can refute it.
Just making claims. It's like me saying.
Give us a point. Give us something. All you do is talk.
It's not. You're not making any points.
Scholar vid, real quick. A number of believers, Christians and Muslims alike, often claim to have a different worldview from atheists. Continues below, and guess what, Scholar vid? I need you to finish. Continues below, because you would, if you were on my end and you saw how ridiculous this is within YouTube, the YouTube world, it after a while all the comments flood and it knocks it out where I can't see what happened like 5 minutes ago when you guys actually gave the super chat. So ScholarVid, please continue that and at me at MythVision so I see your comment to continue this. Please go ahead and continue what you guys were saying, and then I want to address his super chat.
Derek, he could be talking about miracles, maybe. The way we.
Okay, yes, here you go. Here he goes. He says, a number of believers, Christians and Muslims alike, often claim to have a different worldview from atheists. When you have a different worldview that accepts miracles, you also have to accept them when associated with other faiths, providing the evidence is comparable. However, what truly happens is that they only accept miracles in their faith, but not in others. This is not having a different worldview. This is special pleading. And that I actually agree with.
No, but you see, the problem is he's made like a statement, right? So he said you have to look at the evidence if it's comparable, right? Which he hasn't done. He's just made a point. He said they're not comparable, or they are comparable, sorry, and it's special pleading. That's why I said look at the different strands of the testimonies. So that's what we have to do.
Okay. Mr. Monster says, is King Solomon ever referenced in Islam? Do you guys have a tradition about him?
Yeah, he is. There's a story about him. There's quite a bit on him and David as well.
Now, do you guys get into how we talked about earlier, these non-canonical Jewish texts, non-canonical Christian texts that found their way into the Islamic tradition? Because oftentimes, and I get it, you guys might say, well, that's actually accurate in the Orthodox views, wrong of their positions. But do you guys get into the whole non-canonical ideas of Solomon and witchcraft or sorcery and things like that? Is that stuff in the tradition of Islam?
This is going to confuse everyone, but because people don't know anything.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. But we believe like there's a parallel creation called the jinn. So they're like our sister creation or brother creation, and they exist like whatever amongst us. So we believe he could like communicate with them. That was a miracle because every prophet had a miracle, right? He could like communicate with them.
But there are two ways to understand the jinn. There are two ways. One way could be like they are metaphors to represent bad people, bad humans.
They're not metaphors, bro. They're not. You look
right. Wouldn't talk about what they eat and how they like to leave bones out.
They're 100% not metaphors. This is not true. They're real.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Like the guy said at the bottom, he's not even a Muslim. But how will you talk about what they eat in their?
What do you think? Why do you think that these stories in the Quran come from the non-canonical Gospels?
So, for example, like
hold on. That was a rhetorical question, by the way. So, the bottom line is that it's because
this guy asked a question and then he answered the question himself.
Because it's a rhetorical question. That's why I could answer it myself. Is that okay with you?
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay, so
answer it, but it doesn't mean it makes sense.
So, well, I have to answer it first before you can tell if it makes sense, right? So anyway, the bottom line is that the reason for that, again, is to my point that Islam was formed by Christians that were excommunicated from the Orthodox view during the Council of Nicaea, the Council of Chalcedon, the Council of Ephesus, and the Council of Constantinople.
Okay, are we Arian Christians?
All those various councils. Oh, let me finish. In all those various councils, there was an advance on the doctrinal aspect of the Jesus Christ character. Okay, so they kept adding different qualities, to the Jesus Christ character in those various councils. I mean, just look it up; you'll see it. So the Christians that didn't agree, for example, there were Christians that did not agree that Jesus Christ was God. Okay. They believe that Jesus Christ was just a man, okay, just like the Muslims do. There were Christians that did not agree with the fact that Mary was named the Theotokos, the Mother of God. Okay, some of them were saying she should be named the Mother of Christ, and so forth and so on. So these various Christians with various different beliefs ended up forming what we now know as Islam. There were monophysite Christians, okay, that formed Islam. There was no Muhammad, okay, there was no Muhammad, just like there was no Jesus Christ, and there was no Abraham, and there was no Jacob. We have to look at the history, we can look at the myth, the stories, but then we have to go to the history and look at the history. And so when we talk about Christianity and we talk about Judaism and we talk about Islam, we can go to the history.
Okay.
And when you go to the history, you will see that Christianity, the way Christianity was developed and the way the character of Jesus Christ was developed, it was developed over a 900-year period with different councils. Okay, and anybody that didn't agree with those councils,
Dr. Kip is shaking his head.
The various different groups. Hold on.
The guy on your left, he's shaking his head. Talk to him. He's a historian.
The various different groups who didn't agree with some of those different attributes that was added to the character, they were either excommunicated, they ended up forming their own, like there was the Marcionites, and then there was different groups of Christians. And now even today, you have, if you look at the makeup of the Christian laity, worldwide right now, you can see those same doctrines in effect. You have the Ethiopian Christians, they have a different take. You have the Greek Orthodox Christians. You have the Roman Catholics. You have the Martin Luther Christian. I mean, you can go on and on. So all the various different doctrines that was presented, in the various councils are today represented by different groups of Christians, as we speak.
All right. You're gonna have to end this.
Yeah,
in like
Islam
5 seconds.
is the ultimate of that Christianity. Okay, the ultimate in monophysite Christianity, and that's basically what it comes down to.
Okay, Dr. Joshua Bowen, absolutely love you. Thank you for the super chat. And Dr. Kip, he says thank you for helping him with the Dead Sea Scroll chapter. Yes. Kip, would you like to respond about the whole Jesus thing briefly? Just,
I mean, I think I get what NVT is trying to get at here. There was a lot of disagreement. There was a lot of contention in the developing church period for the first numerous centuries. There were definitely sects of Christianity that were that were extinguished and lost to history. But again, I mean, it's really exaggerating and overstating things to suggest that it's as a whole it's a religion, or as a whole the character of Jesus is something that took 9 centuries to develop. That's just not true. I mean, the contemporary ideas about who Jesus was that are common within Catholic tradition and Eastern Orthodox tradition were already there as early as the 2nd century, or maybe the 3rd century at the latest, I think. But yeah, there were competing ideas. competing ideas about who he was and what happened. But most scholars will tend to say that the core tenets of Christianity were pretty well established quite early.
No, I think we're all in agreement here, actually, just saying it different ways, that there were different versions of Christianity. And I think me and you would agree, Doctor, sorry, I don't know your name, but that the Jesus figure was established a bit earlier than 9th century, as Niall says. But what's amazing to me, right, is how there's so much congruence between the historical Jesus, so like the pre-Ebionite, or what we know, and the Islamic Jesus. And considering the Jews don't even accept him as a Messiah, so he wouldn't be like, oh, you got it from the Jews, right? Because the Jews, there's some very not nice things about Jesus in the Talmud. So I think that's quite.
Doesn't the Quran call Jesus the Messiah?
Yeah, it does. It does. So my point is that the congruence between the very, very earliest of traditions and what Niall is saying is that we somehow got these, which we couldn't have, because I don't think there's any Christians in the 7th century that believed in the pre-Ebionite or even Ebionite Jesus anyway. So a lot of scholars, that's why say that the historical Jesus was reborn in Islam.
So let me ask you this: let's think Ebionites here, because I don't really know too much about them as well. Do they believe Jesus was born of a virgin? And do they think that Jesus was an infant, bringing clay birds to life? Because the reason I ask is I'm wondering if there is, as a natural approach, just historically trying to figure out, looking at the puzzle and saying, all right, what could fit here? Is Islam borrowing ideas that Ebionites believed, and then possible also including things that Ebionites didn't believe about Jesus, like a virgin birth and things, and saying, all right, we want this miracle, we want that, we like that, it's pretty, and that's something that they use in their tradition. I ask that as a skeptic, of course.
Yeah. So I would just say
I think you're onto something there.
Yeah, I would just say that, let's say like the clay bird story, right? The clay bird story from the infancy narrative and the Gospel of Thomas, and a lot of like sayings from that, right? I would say there's a lot of congruence. I wouldn't say this is actually true, right? There's a lot of congruence between the Q source and these two Gospels, right? So a lot of the traditions that are coming in, and we know Q source is earlier. If you believe there was a Q source, it's earlier than the actual even Mark. So I'm not an expert in this area, but it's earlier than Mark. So there's a lot of like traditions in there that come from the Q source, are very similar. So they could have made its way into the Quranic text.
Okay, Irenaeus
mentions the infancy gospel as well. So it's definitely a first century document, because he was talking in like the year 130.
I would like to,
as early as John.
I would like to respond to Dr.
I think
Kip.
I think there's something everybody's missing, and the fact is that as Islam spread, there were people, not only just people, families, whole tribes that converted. I've heard Muslims myself tell me, my family used to be Jewish, or my family used to be Christian, and we've been Muslim for X amount of generations. So when things like that happen, when whole communities convert, you have to realize that they bring their belief systems along with them and introduce them into the new community, where they may be adopted, edited, changed, but they all contribute to
you notice this
the
is all
religion.
after, right? You notice this is what you're saying is all after I'm talking about before.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree with. Sorry, can I say something? I agree with the guy what he said now about the traditions being coming into Islam from new converts. But these traditions, you can find them in Hadith, not in Quran. That's the difference. Right. But I agree with you. You're right.
When the new credentials,
Yeah,
do we have anyone in the panel with some credentials in particularly in the field, let's say, of Islam or biblical studies or anything other than Dr. Kip? I know I don't. I mean, I had an associate's degree and I was going for my bachelor's in terms of theology, but is that I wouldn't even count that college.
Yeah, I'm like so far off the mark, it's unreal. Like I'm going to be a doctor next year, so there's nothing to do with this stuff.
I wouldn't, I'm not a scholar or a so-called, biblical scholar. But, at the end of the day, I just like to respond to something that Dr. Kip said. And, I think that the problem, with the, the historical or the scholarly perspective on Jesus is that it's the history, okay, the birth of, so-called birth of Jesus in the first century. That's a problem, and it's a stumbling block for scholarship overall, in the sense that, let's just say just for a minute, let's say for a minute, Jesus Christ was not born in the first century. Let's just say that for a second. That would explain a lot of things a lot of issues that we have in Christianity, in terms of the fact that, when we talk about how Paul was going to all these different communities, in different areas, that had Christians already, and this was like barely 40 years after Jesus supposedly died, and all these were developed Christian communities existing already, as if they existed for ages. Okay. That would address that issue, okay? A lot of other issues would be addressed with the fact that there wasn't a historical birth in the first century in Palestine, which a lot of Christians did not believe and did not agree with, and they were excommunicated for that. They didn't agree with that. So it's not just me saying that. We can go back, and we're talking about eyewitnesses, people that was supposedly there at the time, okay? And they were actually Christians.
Niall, let Dr. Kip respond here briefly, and then I've got a super chat I would like to address. Go ahead, Dr. Kip.
Oh, sorry, I was kind of in and out there. I don't follow how the historians don't have a problem with the birth of Jesus in the first century. They just don't. It's the consensus scholarship on this is that there's no issue, and I'm sorry, I guess I'm just not following what problems are supposedly solved.
Well, I think he's.
Well, I mean, hold on. Let me elaborate. No, you can't. Let me elaborate on what I was trying to say. Okay. First of all, you say that Jesus, scholarship has no problem with Jesus being born in the first century, as if that's an actual fact, a historical fact that's in dispute. So whether Jesus was actually a historical character at all, I mean, people dispute that. But anyway, the point I was trying to make is
I mean, people might dispute that. Scholars absolutely do not dispute that.
There's very few academic PhDs that actually do buck against consensus on a historical Jesus.
Of course not. They can't. They can't.
I've actually got a PhD.
They can't say that either, because we're talking about the vast majority of Greco-Roman historians and New Testament scholars who are working, or sorry, not the vast majority. We're talking about the entire majority of Greco-Roman historians and New Testament scholars who are working in secular state schools where they don't have to sign any sort of faith commitments of any sort. Again, all of them agree.
Okay, again, we have to go, let's say I grant you that's the case, okay? Which it probably is, because again, you're talking about consensus scholarship, okay, within academia, which is,
let's be clear here, the consensus is universal. It's universal. There is not a dissenting opinion on this at all.
Okay, that says it all, basically. So now, my point is this: we have to go back. We'll have to go all the way back to Alexander to really get to the origins of what we know today as Christianity. Okay, and when we talk about Alexander, we're talking about Serapis. Okay, we have to go back to there to really get to the origin of Christianity. And I mean, there was some type of historical document by some Emperor Adrian talking about how the Christians, how the worshippers of Serapis, when the Christians come, they have to worship Serapis, and the Jews as well. They all have to worship Serapis because that's the way it was at that point in time. So Serapis, to really get to the origin of Christianity, we have to go back to Serapis and work our way back from there, okay? And that's what I was talking about when I said there was a 900 year dispute about what the nature of the Christ was, because at the time when they introduced Serapis, a lot of the Coptic Christians in Egypt at the time didn't agree with that whole Serapis figure. Okay, they didn't want the Serapis figure. They didn't agree with it, and they didn't go along with the whole idea of Serapis.
So to put it in a nutshell, from what I can tell, Niall's coming at, and I want to get this super chat, is that he's saying there's a syncretism he thinks is going on between other deities that have developed a Christ. It's a Christology, so to speak, of a figure that's coming from the Greco-Roman world all the way down through the New Testament. Here we have this Greco-Roman, if you will, myth of a Jesus figure that is starting back with Serapis, which is also a syncretistic deity from the Greek and the Egyptian deities kind of mingling here. So he's taking kind of, I think, if I'm not in the vein of astrotheology and stuff like that. But Crossover Maniac, real quick, thank you for the super chat. With the Protestant Reformation, the Great Awakening, Pentecostalism, and other Christian movements past and present, I say the core tenets of Christianity are still changing today. I agree with that 100%. I think they're constantly evolving with criticism. I say, I think as the culture continues to change, I think Christianity is starting to, and I hope the same for what we see in Islam. It continues to change. I do want to see more liberal approach, because here's the thing. I think our panel on here today would agree. I think our panel on here today would agree on saying, look, we're going to reject the hadith, right? Certain hadith. We just don't see that as true. While others might say the more like people that you would not support, like ISIS and others.
There's nothing that ISIS takes from hadith or the Quran that supports such an interpretation. They're political movements. So the vast majority of Islamic scholarship, majority of Muslims accept both the hadith and the Quran. So these ISIS figures, there's a great book if you're interested. It's by Professor Todd Green on Should We Ask Muslims to Condemn Terrorism. There's another one by Robert Bape, who basically compiled all the terrorist attacks from the 1980s till present day. And he's an expert on the ex-CIA operative. So he concluded that 95% of these terrorist attacks are political, and over 50% of them are secular anyway. So there's nothing from the Islamic text that forms such actions. It's all political.
So nothing from hadith. There's nothing in the hadith that gives the implication that
from the Sahih hadith, from authentic. There's nothing in authentic text that say you should do such things. And the fact is, the evidence actually shows that Muslims don't even commit majority crimes.
How do we know what's authentic? This is an interesting question to know what's authentic.
We already decided what authentic was 1,400 years ago. Like, you can't look at something just because it says something violent and say, I want this to be authentic.
Now, who did?
I don't think you have, because I think
before even the schism occurred.
What's your opinion on the caliphate?
I don't think we should talk about so-called Islamic attacks if we're not going to talk about Christian attacks. Okay.
Oh no, I'm open to that too, but I've mentioned that before too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
this isn't just one. No, they all have these problems. All religions.
I think this idea of we need to have a more liberal approach to the Islamic text is a misunderstanding, not only of the actual evidence, but of the actual Islamic texts themselves. Like, a lot of these movements are political. Most things in the world is due to foreign policy anyway. Like, look at what you don't know if you guys are American, but the Americans, I'm from Afghanistan, right? And you know what's happening there right now. And the Americans have killed more people than the Taliban have ever have, and I hate the Taliban too.
Okay. I just wonder if I interviewed one of these guys, what they would say.
Derek, did you know that most of the terrorist attacks that happen in the United States are done by fundamentalist Christians? Most of them, historically?
I did not know this. I would like to see, some facts, if you will, like send
and
me
even
some.
of those that were done by fundamentalists, 90% of attacks worldwide are done for political reasons anyway.
I think separating politics and religion is also an interesting question, because I don't know if a lot of these religions are separating the two. I wonder if they're tying in the religion into their politics. So what's going on in Afghanistan, I don't know if this is just, well, let's separate their practice of the religion and just say it's purely a political thing. If I interviewed one of these guys, which I don't see that happening, I would love to hear what they say.
Some of these guys have published their manifestos online. It's informative to read them.
The manifesto?
I read the Taliban manifesto, and
not the. I'm like a. Sorry, I was like some of the mosque bombings or the synagogue shootings that took place in the United States over the last few years. And there was the one in New Zealand too, I think. Some of these guys publish their manifestos online, and it's pretty interesting reading. And you do see like a pretty, I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Derek. This idea of finding the boundary between politics and religion is not always that easy.
And
Especially
also,
with
like,
politics
Well,
becoming more
that's a
religious.
modern conception that we have.
yeah, it is a modern conception. It's
We've
always been used
separated
separately.
religion from politics and religion from ethnicity, when in older cultures there wasn't that separation. I believe it was the Romans that first came up with that term, religion. But if you go back farther than that, it's mixed. You can't separate religion from politics or from place of origin or ethnicity. It's all one thing.
Interesting.
Why?
Which brings me back to what Derek's observation. It's hard to separate the two because perhaps they're not separated. We just think they are, but they're not. And you see this in the United States. And you see this in the United States. Most fundamentalist Christians vote one way, and most secular people vote another way. So right there's a confirmation that the fact that your politics are tied to your religious identity.
And I want to say this real quick. I just want to say, and I agree with you, Mustafa, in the sense that, like, I think this is not I'm picking on Islam here. I think extremist Christians are no different in this respect. So if I was still a Christian, I would condemn these extremists. Even though I was a fundamentalist, I was not a fundamentalist doing crazy stuff that you might hear like an extremist Christian would do, just like you would also be against extremists that also carry the name of Allah and the Prophet Muhammad. Like, you would say, no. We condemn that. And so I respect, and I'm thankful you do, by the way, as a skeptic who doesn't even believe. I hope more people stand against that so that we can live in a world where we can somehow get along even with our differences. So
the thing is, we do like every time there's been an attack, like the majority of the Islamic community comes out to condemn it, but you just don't see it because they're pushing a narrative, like not in a conspiratorial like kind of way, but they are, because politics determines foreign policy, and you have to feed a narrative. You have to like dehumanize the people to be able to go in and invade a country. You have to.
Interesting. Aim Doug has a super chat. Thank you for that response, by the way. Following on from the question regarding Lut, and this is an interesting one. He says, do imam encourage their congregations to read the Torah as they assume to those in the past already knew? So like in later times, do they encourage to read the Torah like the original audience, let's say, already understood the story of Lut or whatever, so they didn't have to expound on it in detail? Do they continue on teaching, hey, you need to read the Torah of the Old Testament or Hebrew Bible?
We don't like ask first. We'd obviously interpret everything from the Quranic lens, because that's like the muhaymin, so it's the criterion, so it's the objective truth. So I'll give you an example, right? We're allowed to look at the Torah, but once we look at our view of things and things that are not like conflicting with our view, we remain skeptical or neutral on it. But like one example would be like in the Bible, God rests on the 6th day. So the Quran has like a polemical approach to some of these things.
Seventh,
sorry, yeah, my bad.
Okay.
7th day, right? But in the Islamic text, the Quran is a bit polemical in the sense where it says God created it in 6 units of time, so not days, in units, points of time, or the whole world, and then on the 7th day he didn't rest because he's almighty. So it's like polemical in this sense, where we don't agree with a lot of what the Torah says on a lot of things. So we first look at ours and we use our lens to interpret that, because we believe it's the criterion, and the book actually refers to itself as the criterion.
Thank you, Dorian, for the super chat.
I have a question that I wanted to ask that gentleman there that just spoke. He's Muslim, right? I'm wondering if the tribe of Quraysh still exists to this day, and do they still speak their variety of Arabic? I'm just curious.
A lot of Arabic dialects existed before, and they've made their way because they were made their way in the Quranic text. So you can see them like inscripted on the like stones around Arabia called the Qira'at, right? They're basically around all of Arabia. And I think the language eventually kind of like with the diacritical marks got standardized. So the words are the same, but the marks got standardized, and the accents. And a lot of the words that they used became similar. But the accent of Arabic is the same. Like the Quran it actually preserved the Arabic language. And people don't know that the Hebrew dictionary was based off the Arabic dictionary because the Hebrews lost a lot of their language because they're Semitic, they're so similar. The Quran actually helped form the Hebrew dictionary, and the Arabic language is the same since then.
Modern
Mustafa,
you mean,
Mustafa,
right?
I have a question for you.
But does the tribe of Quraysh still exist?
I don't know if they exist, but I think they because the Mahdi, which is the apocalyptical figure who's going to come after, he's meant to be of that tribe. So they exist, but not in the sense where there's like a bunch of people called Quraysh tribe somewhere, not like that, but they probably exist.
The king of Jordan is from the house of Hashem, who is a descendant.
They claim to be anyway. They claim to be.
There is always claimant because almost everyone in Arabia claims to be a descendant of the Prophet today, and the king of Morocco does the same thing. But I have a question for Mustafa. He said that the Quran says that God created the universe in 6 units.
No, 6, not units. Sorry, I didn't say units. It says 6 periods of time. So it either can be transliterated as 6 days or 6 periods of time or 6 points of time.
It cannot be translated into 6 period of time. It's only translated into 6 days.
Okay, let me grant you that. Okay, 6 days. It doesn't make a difference because the whole point.
It does make a difference because the universe was not created in 6 days.
Yeah, it's not 24 hours days. No Islamic scholar ever understood it as 24-hour literal days. You ever understand it like this.
Yes, 100%. They understood it as
no, they didn't. You were strawmanning because nobody understood it.
No, I'm not strawmanning. It is a yom. It is a yom. That's the word they use. It's a yom, which is a 24-hour day.
Very good. Can I say something to you then?
Yes.
Does Quran also say that a day is like 1,000 years? And then
the Quran says that a day like 5,000.
Exactly.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish what I was gonna say. When it talks about those days are special. No, listen. When it talks about those days are special days. When it because it specifies those special days. If Allah wanted to specify that the universe was created in a special way, would not say just days. It wouldn't just say days. It would say days like 1,000 years. He said just days.
Let me answer you. So, do you understand the concept that, according to Quran, the day can be stretched? Can you put this in your school?
Listen, when it needs to be stretched, you listen. When it needs to be stretched, it says it's stretched. When the Quran need to say, see, I'm an Arabic speaker from an Arabic family, and I just studied the Quran without any interpretation. So when the Quran says that the days need to be stretched, it would say the day is like 1,000 years, or the day is like 5,000 years.
Where does Quran say that the day needs to be stretched to be 1,000 years? Show me, where does it say that? Show me the verse. You're putting words.
You are the one that says that the day is 1,000 years.
I'm telling you
to use the day 1,000 years.
But does the Quran say that? Yes or no?
The Quran says that, yes, but that doesn't mean that every day.
Wait.
That doesn't mean every day there is 1,000 years.
Christ, this guy's bad. Let me explain something to you. So Quran, it says that the day is like 1,000 years. Yeah, we agree on this. Do we agree? Yeah?
And 50,000 day too.
Yes, perfect. So we agree on this. Yeah.
Yeah, but.
Wait.
Yeah, let's see.
Guys, bad. Wait, let me ask you now. So, can you show me? So, we agree both. What I said is true. So, can you show me now in Quran where it says? Can you show me now in Quran where it says that the day has to be stretched to 1,000 years? Show me this surah in Quran. You agreed with me what I said, so you can show to Derek now the surah that you said. You made a claim. Show me the surah. Go ahead.
One second.
Hey guys,
didn't say مقداره 1,000 سنة.
What does it mean?
What? It's measured 1,000 years.
This is irrelevant.
Exactly.
But
if
God specified You don't take there is an Islamic
But
rule.
do
You do
you
not
understand
take the specific and stretch it to the extent.
But do you
So if
understand
God wanted to specify it for 1,000 years, he would have said it's 1,000 fucking years. He did not say it. He said just
Wait.
Guys,
Sorry.
Hey, guys, please. Hey, try to limit. Hey, gentlemen. Try. I don't mind disputes, but try to limit how much cussing, if possible, please. I understand the emotions are involved, but please, I don't want this video getting flagged. And I like to monetize the channel too, so please be respectful.
Yeah, and I like it to be monetized because I like your shows, Derek. So keep it on.
Well, thank you.
Very quickly, I actually
Please,
have
Matt.
a PhD in religious studies, which by PhD I mean properly held doubt.
Oh, okay.
You had me for a second.
And,
I thought he was okay. Well,
but I just wanted to say thank you all for your time. I'm actually going to have to leave.
Oh, Matt. Why are you doing this? No, I'm just kidding. I don't blame you, man. I get it. It's cool, man. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. So I just wanted to say thank you all for, thank you, Derek, for having me on the show. And thank you all for the discussion. It's been quite enjoyable.
It would have been nice if you had spoken more, though.
It's hard to jump in there.
Exactly.
Well,
there's
thanks,
too many
man.
voices jumping in, and yeah, it's.
I like a
3 in the morning
gladiator
where I am.
sometimes. You just got to put on your armor and get ready for battle. I'm just kidding. So,
The
thanks,
armor of
man.
God.
Until next time, man. Thanks. Hey, real quick, guys, let's get this super chat. Mr. Monster, thank you again, man. He says, is the Dome of the Rock exactly where the Temple Mount used to be, or could the whole area have been the old Roman fort?
If I'm not mistaken, I think if he's on about Masjid al-Aqsa, so the mosque, Dome of the Rock, that was built by the second Caliph Umar. But the whole ground itself we consider holy anyway. But I could be mistaken there, so don't quote me.
No, the dome was built by Abdul Malik ibn Marwan, who is the second, the big guy of the Umayyad, that kind of revived the Umayyad Caliph. Even he said that he wrote it down, and a historian wrote it down. And but what Umar did, he cleaned the temple ground, which used to be a Roman fort when the Muslim conquered Jerusalem. So it is the disputed holy ground.
Yeah,
of
I think
the
that's more
temple.
accurate. Actually, I think that's more accurate. Yeah.
Interesting. Huh. Gentlemen, I really do appreciate you guys jumping on. As you can see, all right, this entire time, if you're watching, I'm not like this Islamophobe guy. Okay. I wanted the whole point of this video. In fact, I wasn't even going to have people join live. And then I said, I thought about it. I was like, yeah, send the link. It's always fun to have a conversation with people to show I'm not closed off to having conversations with any people that are respectful, that are not, overstepping, having dialogue. But I wanted to point out what I want to do, and that is to get scholars on both sides, not apologist fundamentalists. I want guys who have serious depth on this, who are willing to maybe say, hey, look, I still believe it, but here's some things that I want to show you guys about the Quran that are problems they might have found. I don't know. It'd be amazing to find a scholar. The problem is I hear, and this is, you'll agree, you're like, yeah, you hear, so be careful what you hear. But I hear everyone say, look, there's no problems ever. And it would be amazing to find someone, like, for example, we find in Christianity, there are some people I interview that are scholars that are Christians, and they say, here's some problems that we have. And they're open to the fact that there are problems. I don't know if that's even a possibility to hold within Islam, because I think one of the principal foundations to the belief is that this book is perfect and that, the Quran is absolutely from God and things like that. I wonder if there are scholars that kind of waver on that idea. Are there any that you know of?
I think what you'll find, right? I think what you'll find is that like a lot of like the fundamentalism in Christianity was there from the start as well, but as we discovered the later evidence, we realized you can't really hold that view. So when you discuss with Islamic scholars, I think because the consensus generally agrees with us with a lot of the stuff, bar the miracles and the supernatural stuff, I think your discussions will venture on more the philosophical aspect rather than the textual criticism, because there's not a lot you can really get out of that because there's consensus. So it'll bar more on the, or it will lay towards the philosophical aspect. So you might say, I don't believe this verse because I don't believe this can occur. But then someone will say, because my worldview, I believe in the metaphysical, or these are my assumptions, I believe this can occur. So I think your discussions with Muslims will be a lot different than you'll actually realize.
What if it wasn't, I don't believe it can occur, but I don't have sufficient reasons to believe it did occur? It's not that it can. Anything's, I guess, possible, especially if I play into the worldview and say, hey, it's possible, but I just don't have good enough reason based on these texts to say that, or like you mentioned this earlier, and I'm sorry I interrupted you, Maurice. I just want to point this out. Maybe you take off after this, but if you want to say something after this, that's fine. You say the Quran is a miracle, right? One guy said the reason the Quran is a miracle is look how many people memorized it from beginning to end and how successful. Or it makes claims like the tallest building that ever is that there's a prediction here or something. What would be? How is the Quran a miracle? If I'm asking a Muslim,
Yeah,
tell me
so this
how.
is why I asked. Like I told you to like get a Muslim. So it would be good to get like a Muslim scholar who just like it's the actual topic is called the Ijaz, right? The Ijaz of Quran. So go with a Muslim scholar and like let him explain his side. So it's not like what these are talking about, how like the prophecies, these are like prophecies, and I've heard Christians use prophecies as well, which I think is a good argument actually. Well, depending on the prophecy, right? As long as it's not backtracked. But get like an Islamic scholar who is qualified in this field to talk about this. So not an apologist and not someone who's also on the other side who isn't qualified. So that would be my only advice to talk about this specific thing, because it's very deep. There's a lot of work, academic work, it's from like contemporary times and from the past on this topic.
So let me probing a little further, right? If I were to ask a Christian, why is the word of God true, right? If I went to scholars, what we call scholar, if a scholar actually went out of his way onto my show to try and show you why the Bible is the word of God and it's true or whatever, we call that an apologist to some degree. I mean, if the guy's trying to defend that it's true, that's not an actual critical scholar. Are there critical scholars?
Yeah, but by that definition, you would never be able to get someone who could make a positive case for the religion, because there'd be you'd always be looking for a criteria where they'd have to assume there's something wrong with the religion.
So if I take a scientific method,
is that the problem with that, Mustafa, right? Is that you're not going to include critical secular scholarship.
You should.
Scholarship done by Germans.
I agree with you. You 100% should include like critical.
How much secular critical scholarship is there out there on Islam?
There's loads. There's so much. There's
Kip,
literally like.
Sorry, Kip. I think you were trying to say something.
I just wanted to make a point. I'm going back to to what Mustafa told me about the manuscript tradition for the Quran. It would be exactly the same for the Hebrew Bible if all we had were like the medieval Masoretic manuscript. So I mean, this is something that it doesn't. I don't find this at all surprising, and I don't find it at all unusual. Textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible was really, really boring.
Sorry, could you explain that?
Just explain
what you mean by that.
So, what I mean by that is that so the tradition, the Masoretic tradition of the Hebrew Bible, which developed sometime in the Middle Ages, probably I think it's close to around the time of the founding of Islam. The dates usually are like the Masoretic tradition date between the 6th to the 10th century AD, and it was really at this point that that the scribal tradition, as we understand it within Rabbinic Judaism, that's really when it was founded, when everybody was very, very careful about and set up hundreds and hundreds of rules about how you precisely copy the biblical text, and they had all sorts of checks and balances that they would work through in order to ensure that there was no mistakes at all, which is why we have thousands and thousands and thousands of medieval Torah scrolls which look exactly like one another. And so for a textual critic,
by that
pardon?
They should
by that point, yeah, you should. So, but I think I wonder. I mean, obviously, the big difference is that this is something that happened very, very early within the Quran. If what you're telling me about the manuscript tradition is true.
Yeah.
So
it is like it's because at the early point it's usually quite volatile, isn't it, at the start? So there's a lot of like schisms in it. It's like open to change and be corrupted very quickly. So the manuscript tradition, we have very like contemporary manuscripts within like 1 or 2 decades or fragments anyway, and we have full ones like a few decades after, and they're virtually the same. So that's why there's not a lot of like dispute about the manuscripts. And obviously me looking at it as like a actual religious person who believes in the book, this kind of like confirms something to me, because there's a verse in the Quran which literally says it was we who sent the book and we will preserve it. And it's like quite cool that the fact that it's the only ancient manuscript of the major religions where it's actually the same as how it was when it was first revealed by one author, even when you look at it like stylometrically.
No, so that's a religious assumption. Let me ask you.
That's not accurate. That's not accurate. I don't think.
We all have assumptions.
I don't think that's accurate.
Is it not true that Uthman ordered burnings of thousands of Qurans?
So to basically get rid of like people's hand copies.
That predicted the version he wanted. Is that not true?
Maurice, you do realize that we do still have many reports of the companion codices that were burned?
So, gentlemen, one of the books I've got here, and I have not read it, so please forgive me, is corrections in early Quran manuscripts, right? And there's 20 examples, but they're not major examples.
Christian apologists.
This is so okay. So hold on. This is a great point right here, right? So you want me to bring scholars on that
you give us one example, Derek.
Right, and I mean, there's more books. You know what I mean? I got the foreign vocabulary.
No, can you give us one example from the book? No?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I haven't actually read it. That's the thing. I haven't actually read it. But what I'm trying to get at is this. So I'm looking for scholars that are looking to. Let me finish real quick. I'm looking for holes. Now you might go, well, that's a horrible thing to do. Why are you trying to look for holes? Well, I'm using a scientific method, trying to see if something's going to stand the scrutiny, right? So I want to see, are there like potential diverse early sources that don't agree with one another? Mm-hmm. And I want to look, are there early manuscripts that said something different and things like that? So the same way I would look at Christianity. And when you say, Derek, you need to get a real scholar on, I feel like what you're actually telling me is, because as soon as I go this, you go, well, that's a Christian apologist, which might be true. Maybe they have something that they don't agree with or they don't like about Islam. Oftentimes, I'll go to another person, like I'll go to Rabbi Tovia Singer, and I'll have him come on and talk about the anti-Semitism in the New Testament, because these guys recognize problems in Christianity. But ask a Christian scholar, they're not going to show you that. In fact, they're going to ignore every single bit of evidence that pertains to anti-Semitism, flaws within the New Testament, all of that. The problem I'm having already right out the gate is, are there anyone that are critical of Islam that aren't hiding because they're afraid of their lives being taken or something like that? And I hear that this happens. I'm not afraid, because I'm open to having conversations and being friendly. We can disagree, but I want scholars that are going to say, I'm looking to see if there are problems with the text, the early manuscripts, and things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. No, I actually think you should read the book, read it, and you will see how bad the scholarship is in that book. I think I even know the author's name, but a lot of this, like this stuff.
Have you read it?
I've read parts of it, and I looked at like an article written on the book, so we went through a lot of the examples. So a lot of it is post-dated anyway, but the consensus is, like, this is not me being an apologist. The consensus is that it's not volatile text. So that's the general academic consensus.
Is it possible that you're biased because you're a believer?
No, 100%. Like, I'm not like making an appeal to like consensus. I don't know if that actually is a fallacy, but
I'm not saying consensus. I'm just saying, as a believer in Islam,
definitely.
The Quran is a miracle to you. It's like,
I can say that too. Like, if you, for example, I'd be like, you have a secular bias, so you are going to look for scholars that would disagree with you. So what we should do is look at the claims itself. That's what you should do, right? That's what you should do, is right, because we're all going to. I'm going to say one thing and you'll say the other. So look at the actual claims they make, and you realize how stable the actual text is.
Go ahead, Maurice. I'm sorry, you were talking over Mustafa. We didn't understand what you were saying.
No, I just wanted to say that, I mean, that's something an apologist does. They always twist things around and turn things around, saying, well, I've got my bias, but you've got yours, and your bias is that you're that you have a secular perspective. That's not reasonable. Because the reasonable thing to do.
I literally I reconciled it at the end. I said that's why we should look at the claims and then look at the evidence brought forth and then form an opinion.
Maurice, if you bring a logical contradiction,
sure,
that could be a good point. It will be very hard to refute.
Not even that. Just find one sentence in a Quranic manuscript that is a standardized, not like something that we find like someone's written themselves, like an actual verse that's written differently, that's not part of our codex. Then fair enough, but you wouldn't find that.
Part of the message.
Don't we have Qurans with different diacritics?
With varying diacritics? Like diacritical marks. The first manuscript didn't have diacritical marks.
The problem I find with
but that's fine, though,
Muslim believers, when you bring up variations in the Quran, they always say, well, that's not a variation. It's just a translation into a different dialect of Arabic. I mean, that's a very, very convenient answer.
No, we don't, because see, there's an actual history to how the text was compiled and how it was revealed, right? So there's consensus on this, right? So how it was revealed in different modes, right? So this is not like no Muslim would disagree with you on this. What we have, right, is the same as what we had at the start. We're asking you is like with the biblical tradition, can you find a manuscript which is earlier on or even a little bit later, which has a different, like let's say the ending of Mark is missing, right? Or John 1:5-7. There's nothing like this that exists in our manuscript tradition. Nothing.
You wouldn't expect great variations to exist because a lot of documents were burned, and we have that documented.
Yeah, they were burned, but that's a good thing, right? They were burned to get rid of people's hand copies.
Gentlemen, super chat. Joel Nelson, thank you. What do you all think of Yasir Qadhi's interview with Muhammad Hijab, where he said the standard narrative has holes in it?
It's a total misunderstanding of the interview, and he literally came out and classified.
Say what? Hold on. First, let's let Matt say what you said. Then I want to have Mustafa. Then I want Maurice. I want to take.
Can I get something in too?
All right. I literally just jumped in for this one because I had it playing in the background. But the a good example of a hole and a variation in the Quran is the Sana manuscript, which the Uthmanic version says in Sana 9 verse 74.
He's reading off of the screen.
Okay, hold on. Let him finish, then you can correct him. Let him finish, then you guys can have your responses.
The Uthmanic version says, but if they turn away, Allah will punish them with a painful punishment in this world and the hereafter, whereas the Sana version says, but if they turn away, Allah will punish them in this world. So there's variations in the different versions of the Quran, and there's fairly good reason to believe that the Sana is actually an older version.
That's not a
version.
You can't even let him finish. This is the thing I'm noticing. It's like you're defending it so much you can't even let him say the words. I want you to defend it. I want you to say what you want to say after Matt. But I'm saying, like, just let him say what he's saying. Even if he's wrong, you can say he's wrong, but just wait. Then you respond. Then I want to have Maurice come after. I want to allow each other to speak. And, like, if that happens, I can't keep doing this on the channel and, like, letting everyone have free. You see what I'm saying? So, Matt, finish what you're saying. Matt, finish what you're saying, and then I want to allow them the chance because I want to be fair.
Yeah, okay. So I've got a copy of the Sana manuscript, like at least what we've been allowed to scan to date, because they stopped allowing it to be scanned at a certain point. But yeah, basically it's just the Uthmanic version, which is the currently approved version, has added in with a painful punishment at the end of the punishment, and it's also added in and the hereafter at the end of in this world. So there's variations, and to me, I find that to be quite a significant change because it takes it from talking about, basically, if they turn away, what the punishment will be. It's making it more intense, and then also it's changing it from being something which is only valid in this world to something, it's then adding on the afterlife, which is a later addition onto the, onto the text.
Okay, Mustafa, and I don't know much, please.
Yeah, so let me just say something quickly, and I think there's
9 verse 7.
What's the surah?
974.
Yeah, so let me just say
974.
one thing really quickly about this. And there's also another Muslim at the bottom, so I don't know if he's a Muslim, so it'd be nice to hear him say something as well. But my point with this is that the Sana manuscript actually proves our point. It proves our point because it confirms the history and the actual compilation of the Quran, right? Because we believe that it was standardized by the third caliph because people were handwriting their own copies. So when you look at the Sana palimpsest, you will see two, when you put it under like a special type of like screening, you see two types of text. One is the underlayer, one's the overlayer. So I don't know which one it is, but one's the a copied, like a hand copied version by a student or by someone who was making their own personal copy. So what happened was that was scraped off, just like we say in the history, that all the personal copies were destroyed and the standardized text was written over it. So that's what's happened with the Sana palimpsest. And even the one that is the student's personal copy, even that doesn't have significant variation, and that's someone's own personal copy. So the actual overscript is like the Osmanic Codex, and that's such an early manuscript. It's literally contemporaneous with the time.
Yeah, but the reason it's scraped off is because Uthman standardized it. So he had all the old versions with variances destroyed, so that basically you couldn't have evidence of another one, which if you look at the basically what was happening at the time is he was accused by Muslims everywhere of actually changing the Quran.
He wasn't. So, I could literally write my own Quranic text right now and make
yeah, but that's besides the point of what happened in history. What you can do now doesn't reflect what happened in history. But he was accused of changing the Quran, and he sent out a copy, sent out like 5 copies or something for people to duplicate, so that more, like basically that would be the official version from then. So obviously the Quran was different, otherwise there would be no need to standardize it.
No, because people writing their own personal copies does not affect the actual codex that was standardized by the companions. People at the time could write anything they want and say it's the Quran.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. Let him say.
No, the companions, if I remember correctly, the Quran needed to be written down because many of the Prophet's companions had been killed in wars. So you can't say beyond a doubt that the Quran that the Prophet gave is the same and exact and preserved exactly in the modern Quran. I don't think you can say that.
We can't say anything certain. I can't say that we exist right now or the external universe exists.
Can I try and explain this?
Yeah, let I don't know much speak real quick. Go ahead.
What's the name of the guy with glasses? Sorry, the one who brought the. I cannot see his name.
Maurice.
Yeah, Maurice. Matt. No, the other guy. Matt.
Oh, Matt. Yep.
Do you think there's a logical contradiction between the two surahs?
No. What do you mean a logical contradiction? There's an addition in a later text.
Logical, yeah, but you do know that we have an hadith which says that the Prophet, during the life of the Prophet, he recited the surah to different people in different manners. We have a hadith which explains this. So where is the logical?
Yeah, and he says he had 2 different people repeat the same verse in different ways to him. Yes. And he said that both are authentic, but the meaning has changed, is what I'm getting.
Yeah, but no. Listen to it carefully. The hadith said that one of the guys, he was so annoyed when he heard the other guy recite the surah, because he sounded the situation. Yeah, but no, you I don't think you understand that. He wanted to kill him. He wanted to attack him. Yeah. You don't do that for a small thing. That means that the thing that you are describing now, that's the exact thing he was experiencing. Do you understand that? But it was normal for some people to recite the Quran in this way, and for some to recite in the other way. It was tribes between them. So this proves the Quran to be preserved in a way, because even the
Osmanic story as well.
Even the manuscript that Uthman was supposed to burn, they still exist. So this actually proved the Quran to be good.
So are you guys think about how flawed the logic is here? You're saying the Quran isn't preserved because people are writing their own copies, and we have some of their copies which we know isn't part of the standardized codex, and we can even see that the copy's been scraped off for the standardized codex. That doesn't make any sense.
The standardized codex that you're talking about, though, is literally the copy which had been accused at the time of being a fraudulent copy.
By who? By who?
By all of the people of the time. They all accused
us evidence, please. Evidence or false?
Well, if you don't know your Islamic history, that's up to you. But Uthman was accused by all of the different people of the time, saying that he's I've had Muslim scholars tell me this because I've joined them in WhatsApp groups and all that sorts of stuff. I've been and spoken to different imams because I was seriously looking into Islam. So if you want to call all these different imams and scholars liars,
give me names, please, and give me their works. Otherwise, I can say I spoke to a million atheist scholars and they all said
you don't ask for this sort of evidence for Muhammad, right?
Give me names, please, and give me their works. Otherwise,
Sorry,
I can say
I don't have them.
I hear an echo.
I think the guy who joined, the new guy who joined, Derek,
he's a complete cop out to say if you don't have the names of the people who have said this. Look at Numan Ali Khan, for example.
Just because they don't exist.
Look at Numan Ali Khan.
Numan Ali Khan isn't even a scholar. I'm sorry.
Okay, guys.
Okay, well, that might be your opinion because you're in a different sect of Islam.
We're getting flooded.
I don't understand how it's compiled, unfortunately.
Is this not fun? You guys understand speaking in tongues? All you got to do, watch this channel right now. You guys will be able to understand gibberish. No, I got a good question here real quick because we're over 3 hours. This has been nothing but fun, okay? But I need to ask, are you guys inerrantists? Do you believe there is no contradictions or anything like that? Is that yes. The proper understanding?
In the Quran, yes. Maybe
yes, I believe that there are absolutely scribal mistakes in manuscripts, but the text we have today is mostly inherent for what we have it.
Who's speaking? Sorry, I didn't.
Who's speaking?
That's me, Eunice.
Eunice, okay. So you are a Muslim, though?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So how many Muslims are in here right now? I know I have 2 at the top, and then there's you. That's 3. Is there anyone else who's Muslim?
No? I'm an ex.
Who's Muslim? Mustafa?
Okay.
Holy Trinity, 3.
Okay, so 3. Awesome. I didn't know. So, I haven't heard from Eunice a lot. And so out of everything we've said here, Eunice, I want to allow you, I hope I'm saying your name right. I apologize if I'm butchering it. Please take a second to tell us what you've seen as a Muslim, but you may not agree with the top 2 gentlemen that have been speaking. I'd be interested in hear your different take on this.
So as for the question on the bottom, Yasser Qadhi was actually talking about our understanding of the qira'at and ahruf, which is a very detailed topic. And he basically meant that the understanding that we have, that most scholars have today, which I'd say mostly originated in the 8th century Hijra, there are quite a few holes in it, and he holds a very early view, which was taken by the scholar known as At-Tabari. He expounds on his views in his tafsir, which was written in, I think, the 4th century. And so I would say that I take his view, which is also a mainstream view, but sadly, many people took it out of context, especially Christian apologists like Jay Smith. He took it way out of context and used it to
He won't email me back, by the way. I emailed him. I'd be interested in having a conversation with him just to see what he says. But
yeah, I
also know that he has the Christian agenda. We all know that.
Yeah.
So obviously he's trying to make converts, but that's one of those things you go into those kind of conversations. I'm sure he'd probably not want to join my channel just because I'm so critical of his religion, but what do you do?
He's got a big bone to pick.
He what? I'm sorry, Maurice? Can you hear me?
He's breaking.
Yeah, I'd say.
Oh no, I was going to say that Jonathan, that character you just mentioned. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Jay Smith. You're breaking up bad, bro. You're in and out, I guess. Sorry. Go ahead and continue, Eunice. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So anyway, I was.
Oh, he's incredibly biased.
Yes, we agree, I think.
Well, Maurice, you do realize that it's absolutely impossible to be 100% objective.
I think he was talking about the other. I think
he's talking about Jay Smith. Yeah. And I think we all agree, right? If you know him, but we all have biases. I openly say up front, I'm honest when I say I have mine, and what they are and why I have them. But you know what I'm saying? It's at least I'm being honest, and I'm not and you better believe my Jesus.
Yeah, Derek, I would like to make a point about the biases, if you don't mind. This is Scholar Vid.
What's up, man?
A while ago. Hi. I made a point about, I've heard some Christians and some Muslims evoke this point, which is the fact that people operate under different worldviews, okay? And whenever I heard this, the principle of consistency needs to be applied to this. Why? Because if you admit that under a specific worldview, you accept miracles, then according to the same evidence or equivalent evidence, you should accept miracles from whichever faith you're comparing, let's say Judaism or Christianity. Now, I heard a gentleman a while ago saying that, okay, it depends on the kind of evidence you have for each miracle. And my question, I'm not too sure if it was Mustafa or someone else.
Yeah, it was me.
What is the kind of evidence you have for miracles attached to the Muslim faith that we do not have for the Christian faith, for example? Let's say, for example, if we compare the miracle of the turning the water into wine, right, in the gospel, what kind of evidence is that, or in which is that kind of evidence weaker than the ones you guys have for Muslim miracles?
Okay, yeah. If I'll just say something really quickly and let Eunice talk as well, because he doesn't really talk and I want to hear what he has to say. But so apart from the legitimacy claims of the religion itself, which would stand as evidence as a whole package, so we put that to one side, the testimony itself is a lot stronger. So our books are not anonymous, written decades after the fact by people who didn't even know the companions. So that kind of testimony I would disregard straight away. Not only are accounts contemporaneous, we have multiple sources with multiple chains of people. We know their names, biographies, where they lived, who they associated with. So we know a lot more, or I say a lot more, but significantly more than what we have for the Christian narrative. And this is like, so let's say for one miracle, we'd have maybe like 20, 30 people with all their names and the reports of what they said, and none of this is anonymous, and it's all from the time period. So our testimonies, but obviously if you don't accept testimony and you have a different worldview, then you're going to obviously give it either a naturalistic explanation that somehow it was changed over time, or you're going to say, oh, that's not enough evidence. So that's the only two things I see.
If I could give you one testimonial evidence, right? So yesterday, I think day before yesterday, I had Derek Bennett on, and he was talking about there were supposedly eyewitness testimony. I can't remember if it was Asclepius, one of these gods did some miraculous deed, right? Let's shift that to Vespasian, the emperor, who, according to one of the historians who are writing, saying that he has eyewitness people telling him in the Serapeum temple, a man with a withered hand and a guy who was blind, he spit in his eyes, just like we see with Jesus, right? And he stepped on the withered man's hand and he healed them in the Serapeum temple. Do you believe that happened?
If the testimony was strong enough, I would remain skeptical on the issue.
What if he gave a lot of historical, we found verisimilitude to his historical claims. We know he's accurate on portraying history. Yeah. We're like, okay, this guy's actually reasonable. We found archaeology to show that it backs up what this guy's saying historically. We now know that Suetonius or Tacitus is actually telling some really good truth because we have archaeological data to back up what he said in this book. And so now we have archaeology backing up someone like Tacitus or Suetonius, who claimed Vespasian actually healed the blind man and a withered man by the power of his God in the Serapeum temple. Should we believe that testimony and that claim from this historian?
No. My point is that you remain skeptical if the testimony is strong enough. So I don't. The reason I believe the miracles happened is not because of the testimony. That's just there to show me that the testimony is strong and it's not an anonymous testimony. So it kind of like settles that. I wouldn't believe in it just because of the testimony. Obviously, there's the other claims that I believe the religion makes that makes it true. Therefore, I believe the miracles as a done deal package, right? So that if the testimony being strong is a necessary quality, regardless of whether it happened or not. If the testimony isn't strong, I'm rejecting it outright.
Okay. Real quick, let's get the super chat. I want to continue this. I think this is interesting.
Oh, but the guy Vespasian healed him by the power of Christ. Service.
Right.
Christ.
I knew you were coming back, Niall. I knew you were coming back. Hey, Smoke, thank you for the 5. He says, can you explain why the Quran thinks that Jesus' mother Miriam is also Aaron's sister?
It doesn't. This is a misunderstanding. It refers to her down her lineage of being a like a priestly lineage. And this is actually explained by one of our hadith. Someone literally asked the Prophet, I think it might have been a Christian or a Jew, we don't believe this is the sister of Aaron. And the Prophet literally replies, it's due to her lineage of being a priestly woman, which explains why she's called the chaste one as well.
Yeah, but Mustafa, that's the problem of appealing to hadith, isn't it? You are appealing to the hadith now when it's convenient, but when we come, for example, to a citation in hadith that says that the Prophet Muhammad slept with the girl of 9 years old, some people don't believe
I fully accept that.
Yeah, we accept that. Just like many people in history. This is like a classical historian.
No, we don't accept that.
No,
can I explain this?
It's because he doesn't accept hadith,
Can I explain this?
That's why. He doesn't accept hadith.
My friend, you're not listening. Can I ask a question to the guy who said that you accept some hadiths? Can you show me one verse in Quran that says you have to accept all the hadiths by God? Can you show me one verse, please?
The Quran tells you to follow the Prophet.
Yeah.
How would you do that?
Yeah, it does.
Without,
we accept all Sahih.
Wait.
Whether it's the Sunni sect or the Shiite sect.
Can we talk one at a time?
Whether it's the Sunni sect or the Shiite sect, the majority of Muslims accept hadith. So my brother,
can we talk one at a time, please?
My brother on the right of me here, he's belongs to a fringe minority, by the way. So that's why me and Yunus accept it.
Yeah,
even
hadith.
Okay.
These people are weird. We need to, when you talk to someone, you need to ask him a question. He asks you back a question. We need to have a small conversation. You are going too long. I want to ask the guy, can you show me one verse where it says in Quran that you have to pay attention? You have to follow all the hadiths, not the Prophet. Following the Prophet means following the Quran, because the Prophet brought the Quran. I never saw Allah in my life. All I have is the Quran. So the Prophet brought the Quran, so I'm following the Quran. I want you to show me one surah in Quran which says that you have to follow all the hadiths. You can never find
I don't have to show you anything, because that's beside the point. My point is that sometimes when Muslims are questioned, sometimes they cherry pick the evidence that they follow, because whenever it's convenient to them,
hey, I'm going to mute everybody. Let Scholar Vid speak, or I'm going to have to start really trimming the fat off of this podcast here. So Scholar Vid, respond to I don't know much, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, my point is not to demonstrate that it's mandatory to follow. My point is that whenever Muslims are questioned about certain claims about Islam, sometimes they appeal to hadiths when they are convenient, like Mustafa did a while ago, but then they reject some hadiths when, for example, they are inconvenient, when we clearly have a situation where Muhammad would have slept with an underage girl, right?
I don't deny that.
How do you guys distinguish? How do you guys separate, and how do you guys determine which to cherry pick?
See, can I answer, please? Let me answer, Mustafa. Let me answer. As I said, you cannot. I can show you a verse, a surah verse, where Allah says that He will protect His word. So every hadith that goes, it's in line with the word of Allah, we take it. If it's not in line with the word of Allah, if it contradicts logic, we reject it. This is so simple. You can never show me a surah in Quran which says that you have to follow every hadith written by everyone who wrote the hadith. Some of the hadiths, they are written by the converts, like the Maurice says. He was very right. When they came to Islam, they brought their own traditions.
Okay, gentlemen, real quick, let me just respond. I'd like to ask, I don't know much, real quick, and then I'd like to ask you, Mustafa, because it sounds like you guys disagree here, and I like this because it shows me already two believers in the same religion have disagreements. I don't know much. Does Muhammad in the hadith, and I know that this is always argued as an embarrassment. People try to say he married a 9-year-old and consented. Well, he married a 6-year-old, but actually sexually with her at 9 years of age, right? People use that as a jab at him. But my question is, if let's say Mustafa is willing to accept that and say, look, in that time that this was something that happened, and I have no shame. You say, well, I don't like that. Do you think it disagrees with the Quran? Do you think that hadith should be rejected? And for what reason should that be rejected? And then I ask that to you, Mustafa. Do you agree that should be accepted, and why? So first, I don't know much. Do you reject that hadith that says he married and consented with a 9-year-old?
Yes.
Okay, Mustafa, do you agree that is true, that you accept that?
Of course I accept. I don't reject things based on how I feel. Otherwise, there'll be a lot of things I reject. You have to look at
how he keeps talking. He keeps talking, this guy.
I want to explain myself.
How come no one gives a straight answer, quick answer?
Okay, then can I have a word?
All right, who's speaking right now? Who's speaking? Who's me?
Eunice.
Eunice, please speak, because you are Muslim as well.
Okay.
How do you feel about this?
I don't know. Do you reject the hadith that our Prophet ﷺ slept with Aisha when she was 9? You do?
Yes. Yeah.
You do that. You do realize that some mufassirun, some of the exegetes of the Quran, have used Surah 65 verse 4 to justify child marriage? You can't.
Do you know what? Yeah, but do you know what? Do you know what Surah 65 says?
An inferiority complex towards the West and say, oh, whatever.
Why you keep preaching? Why do you keep?
Whatever.
What is wrong with these people? Talk to me. Talk to me. My God, these people are weird. They keep talk to me, my friend.
Why
Ask
don't
me a
you
question. I have to.
that Muslim men are allowed to have 4 wives? Isn't that against Western morals? Shouldn't you reject that?
Who said? See, you keep talking. I said I can explain even the 4 wives. The 4 wives are in a special condition, my friend. Special condition. Wars. When people die.
Men, no matter what, any time if they want, they're allowed to have 4 wives. That's completely.
Can I just say something?
But you're not listening to me. You're just talking. I'm answering you. You're not listening. What is wrong with this?
Sorry, but Muslim men are allowed to have 4 wives whenever they want.
Okay. Let me explain to you.
Why don't you reject this? It goes against Western morals.
What is wrong with these people? What's going on here? He
You
talks.
just said if it goes against the Quran, then I reject it. But I just showed you that our Prophet ﷺ.
What did you show? You show me nothing. You don't even listen to me. You're talking.
Okay, then
I'm trying to answer you.
Okay, let him answer you back, Eunice. Yeah. Go ahead. I don't know.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, thanks, there. You asked me, do I accept 4 wives? Yeah.
Eunice,
do you want 4 wives, or do you accept 4 wives? Are you saying?
No, I said it goes against Western morals as well. So why don't you reject it?
Reject what? You're not making sense. You have to ask the question.
I don't know. Eunice is saying you reject.
Let him talk, please. Can you please let me talk?
If I say it wrong, Eunice can tell me. Okay.
You don't have to talk for him.
Hold on. Just let Eunice say it. That way we don't have any problems. Yeah. Say it again, Eunice, slowly, and then don't interrupt Eunice though. Let him finish, and then you respond, please. Eunice.
All right. So, what's your name in the top right?
I don't know much is what he goes by here.
All right, I don't know. I just showed you that some of the exegetes of the Quran have used a verse in the Quran to justify the fact that men are allowed to marry underage women, or by Western standards, under 18 years old. So I just showed you that it's a Quranic concept, but you reject it because it's...
What is your question?
So I told you that the idea that marrying children is a Quranic aspect, and so is marrying 4 wives. So if you reject the first one, then why do you not reject the second?
All right, go ahead. I don't know.
Where did you show me that the Quran says that you can marry children? Where? You're killing me.
5 verse 4, my friend.
Hey, put the link in the private chat. I'm gonna pull it up on the screen.
Wait. I can read the surah. Read the surah. You don't even understand Quran. This is the problem with you people. You don't even understand Quran.
Can I just say one thing while he's looking that up?
Yes, please.
Okay, so just to address, I don't know, and also the other guy at the bottom, I can't read his name because of the thing. Scholarly vid, whatever, yeah. So what Eunice is trying to say, and please don't interrupt me, I don't know, right? What he's saying is that he's rejecting the principles based on his whims and desires, or what is considered as morally acceptable now. So, because what scholarly...
Wait, please.
Hold on. I don't know. Hold on.
Please.
He's making a false claim, Derek.
Okay.
Let Mustafa say what it is, because I think Mustafa agrees with Eunice on this, and I'm interested in hearing it, and then have you respond.
Derek, I have only one word. Let me just say one word, please.
Okay.
He's trying to say that I reject this because of my feelings. They go against my feeling because he's told. I never said that. I said I reject this because it's a fake hadith. That's what I said. That's why
Why is it
don't
fake?
let him waste his.
Why?
Don't let him waste. Okay,
Why?
Because first of all, because it goes against Quran. Second of all,
how does it go against Quran?
I just
I'm going to show it now to Eunice. Yeah, Eunice.
Give me the surah. Give me the surah. I'll pull it up on screen.
I'm going to show you now.
The Quran says nothing about age. The Quran says nothing about age. It says
it does say.
Okay.
Oh, people.
That's not to say you should marry underage people, by the way, because if just to put this caveat out there and to address scholarly vids in 10 seconds, right? Because this is obviously a weak apologetic argument. It's more of an emotional one.
What are you talking about? You're not making sense.
Eunice, gentlemen, real quick. Eunice, send me a link to the proper translations that you guys are okay with, because I don't even want to pretend like I got that translation isn't good. Give me the right translation. Okay, is this the one in the private right here? I'm going to share this. Yes, I'm going to share this, and then we're going to have a discussion about this. And first things first, one at a time, I want to allow I don't know much to tell us what he thinks this is saying, and then I want you guys to respond. And I don't know, I want you to be quiet till they're done, and then vice versa. I'm interested in hearing how you guys handle this. All right, here I am sharing the screen. Can you guys see that? I know it's hard to see.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, I think that will be necessary.
And those who no longer expect menstruation among your women, if you don't, then their period is 3 months, and also for those who have not menstruated. And for those who are pregnant, their term is until they give birth. And whoever fears Allah, he will make for him of his matter ease. I don't understand it. Please tell me what it means.
Can I explain now this to you? Yeah, can I explain this to you, Jarek?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. See, if you read the Hadith carefully, the surah, it explains two type of woman. Two type of woman. One type of woman. These are the women who have been married, and then the husband died or something, and they are widows, and they want to marry again or something, divorce. But it's explaining two type of woman. One type of the woman is like the woman who are old enough, and now they don't get any more menstruation. That's clear, yeah.
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then the next one, wait. And then the next type of the woman are the woman, listen carefully, and the ones who not menstruated, those who are pregnant. So is the whole thing is describing the pregnant woman, the woman who don't expect menstruation, and this woman are no longer what you call can menstruate, So you have to wait 3 months, and then it explains another type of woman, which is they're waiting period and with delivery, and then the pregnant woman. That's all it says. Old woman, pregnant woman. That's all the surah says. This
so real quick now.
Something?
I need to allow someone else, whoever wants to comment on this particular passage, speak.
This has, I actually don't disagree with that much. Like, this has no bearing on.
This surah is easy to.
Hold on, hey, I don't know. You have to allow them to speak, or I'm gonna have to mute you, my friend.
Yeah, I don't actually think this surah or this verse actually bears anything on this actual discussion, because the reason why we accept the age of the marriage of the Prophet is because we have a sahih, which just means authentic narration, which gives the actual age. So this verse has nothing to do with the discussion. I think that's to do with widowed women, if I'm not wrong. So
no, the pregnant woman, yeah.
Pregnant, yeah. So we believe, most Muslims believe that he married her at 9. So I just like to address that in 30 seconds, right? That isn't an issue, because if you're willing to say that is,
dude, you're preaching. You need to engage.
That's what Derek said. I agree with you. Give me a second.
That's what Derek said. We need to engage, not preach.
Please, if you're saying this is morally unacceptable, because this is what scholarly vids is saying, and falsely claiming that we appeal to it when I actually appeal to it consistently, then that would mean that most of our ancestors are also, God forbid the term, pedophiles before the 16th century. So it's not this is like an emotional argument, and we do accept that she was 9. The majority do anyway, and I don't really see an issue with it. And this verse has no bearing anyway, because this is talking about something else.
Okay, real pause. I don't know. Don't talk yet. Let Eunice speak. He has something to say. Go ahead, Eunice. Did you disappear? I think he disappeared.
He disappeared.
He left. Maybe he lost his connection. So he says in the private, he says the verse, this is what he said in the private. I wish he was still here he might pop back on. He said the verse is addressing the Ida of widowed women and says that women who have not menstruated can be widowed according to Islam. How can they be widowed if you are not allowed to marry non-menstruated women who can't menstruate?
No.
So
yeah, sorry. Can I answer this? It's very easy to answer.
No, he's gone.
Can I answer this? It's very easy, Derek. Read 65:1. Read Surah 65:1. Talks about marrying woman for the first time. That guy, he doesn't even understand Quran. It says the Surah 65:1 says the woman before getting married for the first time has to menstruate first. And this is 65:4 is for a different reason. It's not for the first time. That guy is confused.
You can actually get lashed from
He doesn't even understand
in Islamic law anyway.
Hey, thank you for the super chat, Daniel Bradshaw. I appreciate you showing love to the channel, man. Thank you so much. And you guys, thank you for all the compliments in the chat and stuff like that.
I have some questions for I don't know anything or don't know much. Are you Muslim?
Chinese?
Yes, he is. He said.
Okay. No, he said Chinese.
I think he's just joking with you, but yes, he is a Muslim.
Okay. So what are you, Sunni, Shia?
I said Chinese.
No, I'm seriously with you. If you're just saying Chinese, so you're not. Are you trying to add any value to this discussion, or are you just trying to be a troll?
I always answer questions. I never troll around. I try to go straight to the answer.
What version of Muslim are you? What is your sect?
Muslim.
Yeah, but I mean, there's Sunni, there's Shiite, there's various versions.
No,
Which one would you say you come from?
Sunni.
You're Sunni, okay. Which madhab of fiqh do you follow, or are you Salafi, no madhabi?
I don't even care about this. All these things you're talking now. You need to ask a question. Derek is losing his hair. You people talk and talk and talk. You never.
I'm fine, guys. I'm fine.
Ask a question.
I'm asking you, which school of fiqh did you follow? If you are Muslim, you have to follow a school of fiqh. Otherwise, you have to follow some scholar.
Here we go.
Yeah.
We found a Taliban here. I don't care about what you say. You need to bring objection. You need to bring to bring good points that I cannot answer back. That's what I care. I don't care about anything else. You can talk.
Did you just call him Taliban?
He did. And
oh my gosh, I thought you weren't even a Muslim, Mubarak. I hope I'm saying.
I'm not a Muslim. I'm an ex-Muslim. I don't believe in Islam anymore.
Okay, so
ask why? Why? Give me one reason. One good bullet point. One. Give me one.
Give us your best
evolution, human evolution.
Oh, don't start the topic with me.
What's wrong with that?
Please.
What's wrong with that?
We're not created from mud.
I would love to discuss this with you.
Don't discuss it. He asked me.
You don't understand it.
Someone says they need hashish for this conversation. They need to have the hashish.
What is it? What is it about human evolution that you? Okay, no, please, Derek, I beg you.
Give us what reason.
This is my field. I want to talk to him about this. So, what is it specifically? Tell me, please.
The Quran claims that Allah created Adam and Eve from mud.
Okay.
As clay figurine.
From the earth, right? We're part
of the earth. Wait.
No. Not the earth. Mud.
But it says also he created.
I don't know if you know Arabic.
Wait,
okay.
It says he. Why you always keep talking? Let's understand each other.
Okay.
Quran says that he created Adam from clay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And from water.
And from sand. Yeah.
And from sand and from sperm. Yeah. So he's explaining everything. You know, when you cook a bread, what do? You use all kind of things. Allah is explaining everything slowly. He created the man from all these different type of things.
But
now, what's your question now?
I didn't ask a question. You were asking questions. I said the evolution of human being is not in the Quran.
Wait,
the Quran story talks about a clay figurine getting created.
What do you mean by evolution, by the way? Do you mean just change over time, or do you mean like the Darwinian kind, so random mutations by gradualism?
The Darwinian time. That's what they.
So where's your proof of gradualism over time? Any study, anything.
Let me say something real quick, if you don't mind, Mustafa. The position that you hold, do you think theistic evolution fits the data? Or do you think like actually God created, like, you know what I mean? Like most people imagine God out of nowhere, boom, he creates man. Like there wasn't a previous form.
I don't actually hold a position on that. I just know that Darwinian paradigm is false. And if the Darwinian paradigm is false, no other paradigm.
No, wait.
Please wait, give me a second. No other naturalistic
Quran doesn't make any claims.
Okay, please wait.
So
no other naturalistic paradigm. Bro, please. No other naturalistic paradigm will account for it. because the opposite of a random mutation is a purpose-driven mutation. So the only thing you literally have is the Darwinian mechanism. So if that doesn't hold, it's like the Genesis and abiogenesis debate. So I think the evidence is so stacking against the neo-Darwinian paradigm that it's so obvious that there was an intelligent agency behind it. So I want to discuss with Mubarak about this because I know he doesn't understand it.
No, it's funny that he is refuting the consensus of this guy. Let me finish my fucking sentence. Sorry.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
Let me finish my sentence. I'm sorry, Derek. But
okay, go ahead.
When you bring anything against Islam, they say it's not the consensus. And now he claiming the Darwinian evolution, Darwinian in quotes, is not the consensus of science. Well, we know it is the consensus of biology.
I never
said
the consensus
double standards here, Mustafa. Be honest to yourself. Be honest to yourself, Mustafa.
Bro, I never said the consensus is true. I said the consensus. Look at the claims that they make. For example, we used to believe used to exist. It was emanating fire. We know it doesn't anymore, and that was the consensus. So I'm not saying the consensus is true. I'm saying, why do you believe it's true? Give me reasons. What evidence do you have that random mutations over time? Because I can give you evidence, data after study after study after study that shows that it's wrong.
Gentlemen, I would like to go back to Eunice. He's back. And Eunice, you were trying to explain.
Something you don't understand.
Well, look, I don't want to get into I'd be interested in having this talk in the future and actually having some scientists who say that Darwinian evolution is true and they're aware of this to be able to discuss this. That would be better. But I want to get back to the Quran and dealing with this situation with women. Eunice, you wrote the verses addressing Ida, or I think I'm saying that right. I want to give you the chance to explain what you think this is saying that disagrees with I don't know much, and let him finish saying it, and then I'd like to have you guys respond.
Surah 65 verse 4.
Yes, I pulled it up. We read it. I still, after reading it, was a little confused, but please tell me what you say this is saying that differs from what I don't know much is saying, and why is the hadith necessary in this, in your view?
My view that it is necessary is because the hadith is absolutely authentic. It's collaborated by multiple reports and multiple different sources. The report appears in Sahih al-Bukhari, Sunan Abi Dawood, I believe even in Ibn Majah, which is another. These are all like 3rd century Hijra books. So like they all collaborate each other and they all agree that. And it's reported by Aisha herself. Like the report is her saying in her own words, he married me when I was 6, 7, some different on the age. And then they all agree that the marriage was consummated at the age of 9 or 10, which was absolutely not even seen as something controversial at the time. So,
okay, can I answer?
No, please just let me speak for a second. Okay, and so then I don't know what's telling me, I don't know what's telling me that this goes against the Quran, but I just pulled up a verse. The surah says here, let me pull it up. All right. It says, if you doubt, then their period is 3 months. And also for those who have not menstruated. Now, please tell me, what is a non-menstruating woman? That is a woman who has not hit puberty yet.
Where does it say, and also the one who does not menstruate? It says, and the ones who not menstruated. It's still talking about the woman who cannot menstruate. Where do you get this? Where do you get this? You're changing the text.
He's not. He's not. He's not.
It is.
The Quran says in Arabic, وَالَّذِينَ لَمْ يَحُضْنَ, and those who have not yet been menstruation. That's the Arabic text. And that's
no, it doesn't say that. It's no. And the one.
Yes, it does.
Is this guy drunk or something?
You guys are funny. You know that?
It says. Listen carefully. What it says. You can, Derek, go to Corpus Quran, word for word. You can read this surah and you can expose this retard people, because.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Come on, you guys disagree.
I'm trying
don't
to
be
change
ugly.
the text. The
text
says.
Okay. What does it say in Arabic? Read it in Arabic and then read it in English, please.
I'm gonna explain word for word what it says, Derek. Derek doesn't speak Arabic. I'm gonna explain him in English. He can go and check it on Corpus Quran.
I understand Arabic. Please Could you read it in Arabic and then read it in English?
Eric, the surah says this. Listen carefully. It says, as for your women who have passed the age of menstruation, which means the women who are old now, in the case you don't know, their waiting period is 3 months. And the ones who not menstruated, it's talking about the same people of different calibers. One who have not menstruated during the marriage, and one who have not menstruated after the marriage. So you have to wait 3 months. Same people, same woman. In Surah 65:4 only explains two types of women: women who are old and women who are pregnant. That's it. Surah 65:1 explains the first time of marriage, and it says, read it. It says when a woman has to reach the menstruation. You cannot get married without reaching menstruation.
So
it's clear.
Quick, there's a difference, obviously a difference. I do want to say for the you wrote that in the private chat, Eunice. So Eunice and Mubarak are not together. He wants to make that clear. They disagree. One is Muslim, one is not. He's ex-Muslim. But at the same time, there are people in the chat who side with both sides. So it's like, this is not, this is one of those, I guess, can be ambiguous for some people. It's obvious that both of you guys worship the same God. You both believe in the same thing. You have the same faiths, and yet you guys cannot agree on this particular surah. And then
I don't know.
I can explain this very easy.
Hold on, let Mustafa real quick, and then I'll let I don't know much real quick. Hold on.
By the way, I'm not attacking him before he just interrupts me, but his belief or rejection of certain things like this is just fringe. Like me and Eunice would probably be considered like more orthodox. So most people accept this hadith that she was 9.
But Quran doesn't say that. That's the problem. You're going against Quran. That's the problem.
No, so the Quran doesn't say that you can marry an individual, right? You can marry an individual if they've reached the age of mental and physical maturity, which is as it was in every society of all time.
Wait. Can we talk to each other, please? I can prove to you. Do you know the surah about the children, the adopted children? Do you know the surah? I can show you now. It clearly says that I'm going to show you now. The clue. I'm gonna explain this very easy because this
show me where it says.
to...
Show me where it says.
Wait.
Or indicates that Aisha's marriage to the Prophet was prohibited. Like, show me that. Indicates
where
it.
You mean
where
in
Quran?
There is no evidence in the Quran to suggest the fact that
it doesn't even mention the name of her.
By the way, when Eunice is
it was seen as something uncontroversial up until the 19th century.
Exactly. This claim wasn't even mentioned by European academics until the 19th century. Most people marry young people. When you live only to 27,
my friend, you keep talking, my friend. You're not. You're going to Europeans now. I'm talking about Quran. Let's stick to the point. You said about you want me to show you the age of Aisha in Quran, yeah?
Age of no. I want you to show me where. So you obviously reject the hadith because you're saying it goes against the Quran, right? So I'm saying, show me where the Quran indicates that this is that it's obviously contrary to what the hadith says, because there's no such verse.
What do you mean contrary to that? I show it to you. I'm going to show you again another one which says
let me ask a question of I don't know. I want to ask I don't know much, and I want to ask Mustafa and Yunus this question. I already know your guys' answer, really. So, did he marry a 9-year-old and her name was Aisha? Am I saying that right, Aisha?
Yeah.
Do you believe that Muhammad married Aisha at 9 years old? I don't know much.
From what we know, she was young. So she was young, or what would you consider it like young now, right? Obviously not then, but what you'd consider young now.
How old do you think Aisha was when Muhammad married her? I don't know much.
I'd say 9 to 11.
I was going to ask, I don't know much, because you guys were willing to go that low in terms of age.
From reading
Which
the
is
text.
no different than any other people who lived anywhere else, by the way, even until the 16th century.
This isn't crazy in the ancient world, right?
People actually don't know, but up until the age of consent, there was up to 6 years old.
The point is not the fact that it's inconsistent with the processes or the customs of the time. The problem is that this is clear. Muslims claim that this is coming from God. Right, so the author of the absolute morality, right?
Yeah.
Is it possible for us to accept that God accepted that a man, Muhammad, would have sex with a 9-year-old girl?
based on your morality. That's just saying I feel it's wrong, therefore God wouldn't do it. That's what you.
Here we go. This guy
I
keeps
feel
talking
it's
about
wrong.
something that
Yeah, you've made the presupposition that the concept in and of itself is a bad idea or immoral.
That's not only
We
we have
completely
to
reject
scientific
it.
studies on this.
You're taking your Western morals and then you're projecting them onto Islam as
It's
if
not even
like
Western
a
morals,
necessary
it's modern
principle you
morals.
accept.
Hold on, but if you base your
Scientific
morality on the
evidence
well-being-
against
Hold up. We heard you guys, Scholar Vid. Go ahead, say what you were going to say, and then Matt, I think, has something that he wanted to say too. So go ahead, Scholar Vid.
I think it's perfectly a good sense approach to
why? Just to why? Like, don't say it's good sense. Tell me why.
Well-being is what determines morality. Okay, you can say it's my point of view. I think it's
Hold on, Mustafa, please. I let you talk.
I think it's a good sense approach. In that case, it would be applied not only today, but also back then, because it would go against the well-being of Aisha to have sex with a man which is 53 years old. Okay, that's my argument. Okay, I cannot conceive a situation where God would, in an absolute term, determine that Muhammad could have sex with a 9-year-old girl when it would go against her well-being. Can you imagine her having sex with a 53-year-old man? Do you think it was?
She admitted in her own words that was the happiest time of her life.
You have an assumption there. You have an assumption there that it goes against her well-being, which you just snuck into there. And not only that, you've assumed utilitarianism, which we can discuss and just like dismantle. So you've assumed a lot of things in that it went against her well-being. But if this is the norms of society and she was mentally and physically mature according to the norms of that society and every society, how does it go against well-being? Does that mean that all our ancestors were doing things that went against the well-being of all our mothers? Of course not.
Which society? That a 50-year-old man having
it doesn't make any sense. You're just being emotional. You're just saying I don't like it.
Go against the well-being.
I don't like many things.
She herself admitted it was the happiest time of her life.
I don't think that if you want to go down that road, the reality is this. The Quran or the Bible doesn't have any monopoly on morality. Okay, when it comes to morality, there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that's ridiculous, just like there is in the Quran, the Torah, or whatever.
But
so
why?
Go down that road and say, well, he had sex with a 9-year-old girl, and I mean, what's the point? That's irrelevant. But I would say though that in the text, according to what I'm reading the text, okay, it says here that and those who no longer expect menstruation among your women, old women we're talking about there, right? If you doubt, then their period is 3 months. And also for those who have not menstruated, that's another class of women right there. No. Let me finish.
Read the Arabic.
Let me finish, man. Don't interrupt me. I don't interrupt you when you're talking. So now it says, below that it says, and for those who are pregnant. So now it's distinguishing between those who have not menstruated and those who are pregnant. So you can't say that when they're talking about those that have not menstruated, they're talking about the pregnant women. No, that's not what the text
I think
is saying.
everybody disagrees with I don't know much.
What are you talking about?
We all disagree with
What are you talking about? The verse is clear. It says the woman who cannot menstruate anymore, the waiting period is 3 times. And those, the same woman is still keep talking about them. And who do not menstruate because some women are married.
Gentlemen.
And then after marriage, it's the same woman.
I don't know much. Thank you. Look, I think we talked enough on this specific topic. I want to be, I think it's good that we move on. So I want to ask Matt, because Matt had something to say real quick. Matt, can you have something to say that has nothing to do with Aisha, the 9-year-old and all that stuff? Like, can we talk about something different that you have on your mind?
Sure. I was just going to say it was scientifically proven that it's wrong, but that it's harmful to.
I don't even want to go back to it now.
Okay, do not go back to it.
That was basically.
We went into this enough.
Other than providing sources, that was.
Derek, I can answer this very easy. Ask the guy Mustafa. Ask Mustafa. When did Aisha was? Okay, when Aisha was playing with dolls.
Okay, I've got something which will change the topic. So.
Yep. All right, please stop thumping.
Head,
please stop thumping. Thank you.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember the verse, but the Quran says that essentially people are formed from the liquid which ejaculates from between the ribs and the backbone. So it's a scientific error in the Quran.
Yeah, these are claims.
No.
Okay, let me finish.
It's in the Quran.
I can answer this very easy. It's not a scientific claim. Can you read the hadith, the surah, please? I can explain this very, very easy. It's the same thing.
Now, what is? Hold on, pause for a second. I would like to have Mustafa. It's really clear when you explain this. What is the claim? Actually, Matt. What is the claim? You're the one making the claim, and then I'll allow you guys to respond. What is the claim that? Hold on. What is the claim?
Can you read the surah, please?
We are definitely going to pull that up. I think it's important. But I want to know, Matt, what is the claim that you're saying is a contradiction? And then I'm going to allow the defenders to say, no, that's not what it's saying. So let's allow each person, though. So what is the claim, Matt?
Okay, so let me just basically read it and give the claim and probably also preempt their objections to it. So it says, Quran 86:6. He is created from a gushing fluid. That
start from 86:5, please.
Okay, so let man consider from what he is created. He is created from a gushing fluid that issued from between the loins and ribs. Lo, verily is able to return him unto life. No, that's basically, that continues on to something else. So the big thing which is worth pointing out here is saying he's created from a gushing fluid, and what is it saying about that? It's saying the gushing fluid is issued from between the loins and ribs. And I can read it.
Can I explain this? Can I explain this? Surah 86:5. It starts by telling us to observe how we have been created. It's very clear, yeah? We agree on that?
I agree.
Remember, he's talking about creation as a human, as a full human, how we look today.
Yes, we're all in agreement.
Yeah, so he's explaining that. So now it's explaining two types. The next surah, it says he was created from a fluid. Remember, he's talking about me and you as a full human, how we came. He was created from a fluid, means from the sperm. From the sperm, which goes into a woman, yeah? And then 86:7, it says this thing that we call human, after the sperm is gone into the human and after the 9 months process and stuff, it comes from her stomach. It's very clear. It's the same as the Surah 65. It explains two types of procedures which the human goes through. So one is explaining the man side, which we contribute by sperm, and then it's explaining how the man comes from after 9 months. It comes from the woman's stomach. Very easy.
So the issue I find with that is that the womb never ever gets to the point that it's between the ribs and the backbone, though. So
no.
Even if you take it as
the woman's stomach is between. What you're talking about, Mark?
Exactly, it's between the ribs and the backbone.
It's between
the womb.
The stomach.
I don't know if you've ever seen a pregnant woman before or
the
not,
backbone goes all the way to the so it's like T1 to T12.
Yes, but the ribs don't, though.
But I said to you, Mark, what did I say at the beginning? He's explaining what we can observe mostly. So what we see from a woman, when you see a human pregnant,
the womb.
When you see a woman 9 months pregnant, what do you see? This is not a discussion. When you see a woman 9 months pregnant, what do you see?
Have you ever seen a pregnant woman before? I'm assuming not. But okay, so you would have seen the womb is below the ribs, right? So not between the ribs and the backbone, it's below the ribs.
Who said where? Show me what you're talking about. The stomach.
If you've ever seen a pregnant woman before, the womb is below the ribs. Right?
No.
The baby is
back,
never in between the ribs and the backbone.
The
so
stomach
even if you
is
go
between,
with that, and you're not talking about the sperm being ejaculated.
I will say this. Let me make a quick comment because
what
I
are you
don't know.
doing? This is
not
even an argument.
I don't know. Real quick here. I need to make a quick comment.
An argument.
Irrelevant to the Quran, right? I don't know this specific location, but I will say I read a book recently from a There's a scientist who talks about the history behind neurophysics, or talking about the brain, the science behind the brain, and how we go back into the Greek world. There were some scientists who were trying to like figure out where consciousness comes from, and like where life comes from, and they're trying to do anatomy on human bodies. And over a long period of time, you could see a lot of their efforts and their claims were not scientifically accurate according to modern times. Now, I don't know this, but I suspect what Matt's trying to say is this fluid, we're making a guess this fluid is somewhere within the stomach, between the ribs and the backbone.
It's a sperm. It's a sperm.
So
Nothing
it's
to do
simply
with it.
sperm. That's it.
Sperm.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
fluid.
this interpretation of Matt is
Darren,
nothing. The
Darren.
classical exegetes
Wait, let
never
me finish,
interpret
please.
the way Matt did. So that's just my 2 cents on this. That what Matt is
Matt,
doing,
Matt.
what consideration is doing, is totally independent.
It's
of,
madness. What
classical
Matt is saying is madness. Derek, just think about this. If you remove the stomach, what do you have left? You have the backbone, the spine, and you have the chest, the area. It's easy. A child, 2 years old, can understand this. That's what Islam is. That's what Quran is trying to explain. What Matt said is the madness. He was even pointing with a hand. Did you see the way he was pointing? He was explaining exactly what Quran says. Exactly.
So the ribs finish about
No,
here.
no,
If I
a bit
go to
higher,
the lowest
higher.
point, but here.
The whole.
Yeah, that's the ribs.
Yeah.
The womb is
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
So
and the
you can't
backbone
say
is between
the
you
ribs
behind.
and the backbone.
Yes.
And it's here, right? This is not here.
Yes.
Okay.
The irony
is
wait.
the thing is right.
Wait. But if you remove do you understand what you're saying? If you remove the stomach, let's say you remove the whole stomach, what do you have left? You have the rib and the backbone. So the stomach is between them. Think, Matt. Think, please, for the love of God. Think. This is like Chinese or something.
Below the ribs, so it can't be.
It doesn't matter. It's between them. It fills them. It connects them together. It's between them. This is
okay.
By the way, just the
this is not even. This is not. Derek, this is what I'm saying. You need to have a good logical contradiction. You cannot say this is a good logical contradiction. This is not even
I would.
A child. Even a child would understand this is madness.
Look, I've never read this, guys. I've never read the Quran like this, right? So this is something that I'll have to do as time goes by. I'm interested, like I said, in critical scholars. I want to have people who are critical. The same way I approach the Bible is what I would like to do when I approach these other texts, and I want to look into this. I'm going to need to get scholars on, so I'm looking, right? But like I said earlier, I'm afraid that most of the scholarship isn't coming at it critically. They're coming at it with kind of like, let me interpret this to show you my worldview is true. And that's my worry, is I don't want to come at that way. But look, I respect you guys. I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you being respectful when I say stop. I know we get heated and emotional. We're past 4 hours now. It's finally cool to see some of your faces when you guys have commented many times and super chatted, ScholarVid and other people. I seriously appreciate you joining me. Niall, I appreciate you. I don't know much. Thank you for joining me. Mustafa, Maurice, Eunice, I appreciate all you guys. Matt, let's do this again. I did this live just to show people that I know how to have conversations. You know what I mean? And I want to do a deep dive and critically look into this. So you guys will see more from me on the topics of Islam in the future, but not from me. I don't know these things. I'm not going to pretend.
Can I say something? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you bring one of the, what's his name, the friendly Muslim and apostate prophet, and then I can join in too. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I know for a fact, friendly ex-Muslim. I can get him on for sure. Yeah, apostate prophet's schedule is difficult. So, and listen, I would love to have that discussion. Let you guys go back and forth. I might have to mute the hell out of you, but hey, I'll make sure that you guys can have a conversation. You know what I mean?
Hey, but I ask one question before you go, Matt. Did you say you were a biblical scholar?
No, I said I have a PhD in religious education or whatever, which is pretty huge doubts or something. Proficiently huge doubts or something.
Okay.
It's just a joke that I was making.
Well, Derek, let me just jump in. Thank you so much for this. The conversation got a bit heated sometimes. People are passionate about religion. That's perfectly fine. But you really managed it well. So good luck out there and keep it up. Listen, I just want to say one thing before I let all of you go.
And on what you just said there, scholar, I was very, I believed, I was very devout as a Christian. I was sincere. I really thought I had the answers, and I thought I was doing the right thing by defending it. And I understand why people do that. So I don't want to ridicule people because they have faith. I love Muslims. Okay. I don't conclude their beliefs, but I love the people. I love people. My mom's a Christian. I have a Muslim friend that I brought down to help get him off drugs. And, you know, like, I want us to find a way to cross that barrier. But as far as the beliefs go, I don't believe in them. Right. And I want to poke holes to show people, like, look, we're all humans. We all have been doing this for a very long time. You guys can disagree with me, and that's totally fine. So thank you all. Thank you, the audience.
For having me on, by the way. Thank you for having me.
Hey,
Thank you,
I
Derek.
didn't close the door on you. You know what I mean? I just want to show that I can do that. And I think some people who emailed some of the scholars I talked to that are very close friends to me, they said, don't go on MythVision anymore because they think that I'm not open to this, having the critical talks, and not just from critical scholars. I do want to let scholars who believe, but I want ones that are actually educated and know that the problems are and where the problems are and why. I'm not really interested in apologists, though, that just want to come on to defend, right? I want real academic historians and things like that. Sorry.
It's going to be tough, though, because look at what happened. You know, I mean, scholars, you know, they have a point of view as well, and so they have, and a lot of them have religion as well. So, for example, you know, Dr. Kip, you know, he said that that's the consensus scholarship that Jesus was an actual person. I mean, yeah, okay, but to me, you know, consensus scholarship is also another form of religion. So at the end of the day, just because the consensus says that doesn't mean it's true. Okay.
No, that's true. You're right. You are right about that. And but it is something to factor in and consider. But I don't think you're right. That shouldn't be the modus operandi of why this is true. And no, you're right.
And the 100%. Consensus changes.
It
changes from time to time.
Religion, right? It would still be a great leap to consider it a religion because it's not directly attached to any dogma, right? It challenges itself.
That is a dogma.
It's tentative and it evolves as well.
The idea that Jesus Christ exists, that is a dogma, and it is not based on any actual facts outside of the Bible itself.
It's not a dogma, it's a tentative solution.
Yeah, I'd have to say, as someone who was a hardcore mythicist, who now leans that there could be a guy, and I say I lean, right? Yeah, I don't see it as a dogma. I see a dogma on both sides, though. When I hear certain people who are absolutely Jesus Christ did not exist, I hear this as like and they can't even allow the idea that there probably could be a guy, and then vice versa. There are the historians, or there are people who are on the historicity side who say Jesus absolutely existed, and it's like, hey guys, there's a way in which you can approach this not being so dogmatic. Like, I don't take the dogmatic approach that Bart Ehrman does at all. I think that it's a valid question that, does this guy really exist? Because I think Bart Ehrman would say, yeah, the guy that's painted in the pictures of the Gospels, that guy didn't exist. And so it's tentative. It's very, and not all of them agree with each other. It's really cool stuff to look into. My friend Topic Discuss, thank you for the super chat. He does a lot of topics and discussions on his YouTube channel. Go subscribe to him if you're watching right now. Seriously. Look, I love you guys. I got to get some food in me. It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes. Y'all are killing me.
Hey, Derek, if you want to get a Christian scholar on who is willing to be critical, and I don't know if you've had him on before or not, but Mike Lacona, I've noticed, is generally willing to be more critical and places his level of belief at about 80% in Christianity being true.
I would,
but he might get fired just to show up on MythVision.
Yeah,
he has already been fired for his views before. So,
well, I'll say this: I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Mike Lacona, more so than most apologists, is being critical to the best he knows how. I think, but one that I have had on, and I'm going to be seeing in October, is Del C. Allison. And he's a Christian, but he's not an apologist, so he can go out on a limb and say things that piss the Christians off, to be honest with you. And I like it when they can do that and they don't feel like they have to have their, I gotta keep this thing together. It's like, no, because I asked him, like, put on your scholarly cap for a second, or your critical, like being a skeptic, and he'll do it. And I said, if you were a skeptic and you had to choose between all the different theories of how it all went down, because, he believes he died and was buried, he thinks the body of Jesus was stolen. If he put on his, and I said, interesting, why? He said, well, in the first century, we have historical accounts where these people who practiced magic would go and literally grave rob corpses and use them in their incantation. And I said, I'll be damned. Can you imagine? I said in my head, I was like, could you imagine if that's what actually happened in history? The guy that Christians worship as part of the Trinity was used in a magic incantation of some other pagan deity ritual. Oh my gosh. Could you imagine? That would piss everyone off if we found that out.
That would make sense of the ending of Mark, the original ending of Mark. How it ended so abruptly, and they didn't really like the women didn't go and tell anyone that they'd seen Jesus or anything like that, and the body was missing, right?
Yeah.
So if I mean, Mark's as close as we can get to someone writing around the time in 20 years later or whatever. So I think the stolen body is certainly a plausible hypothesis, but I see it much more likely to just be that he was like everyone else in mass grave.
Absolutely, man.
But yeah,
there's so many things.
I listened to the On the Historicity of Jesus from Carrier, and I thought it was an excellent scholarly work. Okay.
Yes.
I devoured that book. It was amazing. But at the end of the day, I was not persuaded by the argument. I think historicity is still the best solution and the best explanation.
Based on what?
Yeah, I'm about 60-70% sure that Jesus was a real person. So, I definitely lean towards him being a historical human being. But it's possible he didn't.
What do you base that on?
I think Derek needs to go, guys. I think Derek needs to
go. Hey, thank you, Dorian, for the compliments.
Thanks, guys. It was a great conversation.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys were wonderful. Thank you, Miss Morris. Same. Derek is super busy either way. Is this new chat or same? Look, this is the end of the chat. I'm so sorry. We're not adding any more here. I got to get some food in me, guys. I really appreciate you. Love you. If someone hasn't told you that today, I really mean that. I love humans for being humans. Don't care what your ideology is as a human. That's just that's my philosophy is we all are bleeding red, and I want to try and educate more people. So thank you all for the super chats. You guys really keep this thing alive and keep me going. And until next time, never ever forget, we are
MythVision.